Chapter 14:16. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle used star constellation chessboard to quickly discover the situation in white heaven. She furrowed her beautiful brows, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Is it Luck Path? A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The culprit behind the collapse of this tower was Fan Yuan. What was the probability of Fan Yuan inheriting Giant Sun's true inheritance? It is a pity that my investigative killer move can only track the location of Fan Yuan and the rest. It cannot see their current situation. Fairy Myrtle sighed as she activated Star Constellation Chessboard again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Chessboard showed the scene in the River of Time. Feng Jioge and Lord Huangshi had already flown near a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time is not small, it is enough for you to enter. Lord Huangshi smiled as he pointed ahead. I will use an immortal killer move to send you out, do not resist. Feng Jioge nodded as he bowed elegantly. Thank you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Is that Tiger Immemorial Year beast chasing us again? Feng Jioge's expression also changed slightly. No! Lord Huangshi looked ahead without blinking. On the surface of the River of Time, a thick layer of fog had suddenly appeared. Strange. Since when did fog appear in the River of Time? Feng Jioge frowned. Lord Huangshi, however, had an excited expression. He had great anticipation in his eyes. Such a thick fog, could it be? At this moment, the two of them saw a shadow suddenly appear in the thick fog. The shadow was faintly discernible. It was covered by the fog and could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more excited, while Feng Jioge was still confused. Soon, the fog fluctuated, revealing a corner of the huge shadow in the fog. This allowed Feng Jioge to see the face of the shadow clearly. It looks like a stone island? That's right, that's the Stone Lotus Island. The legendary location of Red Lotus' true inheritance. Lord Huangshi's voice trembled slightly. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies, he was at the pinnacle of Time Path. No one could compare to him. As Lord Huangshi, who specialized in the Time Tao, the Red Lotus true inheritance was extremely attractive to him. You stay here, I'll be right back. After Lord Huangshi threw down these words, he immediately shot out like lightning. His speed was inconceivable. However, the entire fog seemed to have a mind of its own. The closer Lord Huangshi approached, the more the fog retreated. After trying for a long time, not only did Lord Huangshi fail to shorten the distance between him and the fog, he even distanced himself further. A moment later, the thick fog dissipated, and the stone island in the mysterious fog also disappeared. Lord Huangshi returned in a daze. His expression was very ugly. Even in the Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, who was observing this, had a disappointed expression. But soon, she frowned again. She fell into deep thought. Why did the Stone Lotus Island suddenly appear? Is it because Fan Yuan detonated a tributary of the River of Time? However, Lord Huangshi and Feng Jioge's positions had long since left that place. And the more important question is, how can we enter the Stone Lotus Island? Do we need the key, Spring-Autumn Cicada? Southern Border, Wu Clan Headquarters. A super Gu formation had already been constructed. Wu Yong stood in front of the Gu formation. After inspecting it for a while, he nodded slowly, showing a satisfied expression. He said to a Wu Clan Supreme Elder beside him, Thank you for your hard work, Elder Wu Bei. It is my duty to serve the clan, it is not hard work. Elder Wu Bei had a respectful and humble attitude. Among Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, he specialized in formation path. Not long ago, he had been guarding this Super Gu formation in place of Fan Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fan Yuan returned from Northern Plains and used a scheme to force Wu Bei out, while he entered the Super Gu formation again. Because of this, Supreme Elder Wu Bei avoided a calamity and did not participate in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals lost a lot, Even the immortal goo that were used to construct the super goo formation were taken away by the Celestial Court. However, not long ago, Wu Yong failed to kill Fan Yuan, but he made a secret agreement with the Celestial Court. Wu Yong let Feng Jioge go, while the Celestial Court handed the immortal goo that were taken away to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's righteous path and returned these immortal goo to their rightful owners. This action directly pushed his reputation to the peak of Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's clans were moved by Wu Yong's benevolence. Not only did he negotiate with the Celestial Court, after the negotiation succeeded, he did not covet the immortal goo at all, he returned them to their rightful owners. They were very impressed. Furthermore, after Wu Yong exposed the rank 8 immortal goo house, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and displayed his powerful battle strength in the Battle of Purple Blood River Formation, all of Southern Border's super forces were wary of him. Thus, even though they did not kill the Shadow Sect members, Wu clan's situation had undergone a huge change. The various large clans that had invaded the Wu clan's resources had all taken the initiative to withdraw from the territories that they had invaded. They even made a roundabout way of compensating the Wu clan. Xiao clan was a vassal force of Wu clan. The territories that Ba clan and Xia clan had taken over were also returned to them using Wu clan's prestige. Wu Yong was naturally not satisfied with such a result. After returning, he had been taking charge of the situation and negotiating with the super forces, trying to get them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still arguing. Wu clan was showing a strong stance, but the other clans were not pushovers. They had to protect their own interests. Wu clan's losses this time were truly huge. Many of Wu clan's goo immortals died. They even lost 6 immortal goo to Fan Yuan, as well as 100,000 immortal yuan stone. But Wu clan could only keep this matter to themselves. They could not openly settle the score with Fan Yuan. Wu Yong wanted to use the other super forces to make up for his losses. At the same time, he would not forget this demonic path scoundrel, Fan Yuan. This super goo formation was personally arranged by Wu Yong. Not only was Wu Bei in charge of it, he even asked Shi clan's goo immortals to help set it up. Alright, let's do it. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He said to Wu Bei in a plain tone. Wu Bei's heart shook. He could feel the anger and hatred behind Wu Yong's calm appearance. To think that Wu Yihai was actually someone else in disguise. Humph, he is truly daring. He dares to deceive Wu clan. Now I will show you my power. In this world, there are many people you cannot offend. Wu Bei snorted coldly in his heart, starting to activate the goo formation. This immortal formation used the earth vein as the foundation, Fan Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo as the clues. It used close to 10 immortal goo and countless mortal goo to create this. Its power was to make things difficult for Fan Yuan. Every time the goo formation was activated, it would burst out with a formless power that could cross Southern Border and affect Fan Yuan. This immortal formation's power was naturally very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fan Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was very durable. This was one of the advantages of a goo formation. Once the goo formation was set up, it was easy to activate and stop. It was not like killer moves. Each activation required a complicated process. Every step had to be correct. If they were not correct, the activation might fail and the user would suffer a backlash. A goo formation was different. After it was set up, unless it was destroyed, there was no need to worry about backlash. Use half of its power first, Wu Yong instructed. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this out of kindness. It was to make it easier to negotiate with Fan Yuan. After all, Wu clan's immortal goo were still in Fan Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted to get it back. Even though Fan Yuan went to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on this plan. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful and can reflect all attacks, but it is a pity. This move uses too much mental energy and expends a lot of immortal essence. How can Fan Yuan use it all the time? With this goo formation, we can attack and stop whenever we want. We have complete control over the situation. Let's let him have a taste of his own medicine before we negotiate. Wu Yong had already thought of a plan. The goo formation started to activate. It was about to activate, but right at this moment, the ground started to shake intensely. Rumble! The whole of Wuyi Mountain shook intensely. What is going on? Why is there an earthquake? Which goo immortal is undergoing tribulation? It is not a tribulation, it is an earth vein shaking, it is affecting the whole of southern border. This is 100 million times more severe than a tribulation. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei! The spectating Wu clan goo immortals exclaimed as they realized something amiss. Boom! The immortal formation self-detonated. Wu Bei coughed out blood as he screamed pitifully. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Sixth Hair was sweating profusely. His hair was completely wet from the sweat, it had condensed into a lump. He was in a sorry state. The final step! Sixth Hair's eyes were bloodshot. The land spirit of Langya heard this and immediately handed the prepared immortal material to Sixth Hair. Even though he was the first supreme elder, since Fan Yuan had already requested it, and the rules of the sect were set by him, the land spirit of Langya, he had to abide by them. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth Hair. At most, he had some complaints towards Fan Yuan. Hum! A long and crisp sound could be heard from the ice flame. It was like the sound of wind blowing on silver dollar. Soon, the sound dissipated, and the blazing ice flames were extinguished, revealing the spherical mysterious ice in the center. Sixth Hair breathed roughly as he muttered, "Come out, rank 7 immortal goo self-love." Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the profound ice. The profound ice shattered and an immortal goo flew out. Chapter 14-17. Rank 7 Self-Love Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan held this immortal goo in his hands, feeling joyful. His soul foundation that he had cultivated for so long did not go to waste. He finally obtained some results. Luck Path was truly a path that could allow one to become a goo immortal and reach rank 9. I have Luck Immortal Goo. I also connected luck to Yifan, Han Yi, and Han Li, these 3 people with strong luck. Adding on the 2 times of burning soul bursting luck, my luck path at that moment had probably reached an unprecedented level. Thus, it is not strange that I refined Self-Love Immortal Goo. After this Self-Love Immortal Goo was refined by Sixth Hair, he used Jewel Yellow Skies to hand it over to Fan Yuan. Jewel Yellow Skies naturally caused a small commotion. But the scale of the commotion had already decreased. After all, using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport immortal goo had happened many times already. It was no longer so rare. Especially recently, Wu Yong used Jewel Yellow Skies to send a wave of goo worms. And 1,000 transformations ancestors soldier beasts. The commotion was even greater, the influence had not subsided yet. This is Self-Love Immortal Goo? Bai Ningbing asked. Before Fan Yuan answered, Ning Wuxia said, Of course. This immortal goo came at the right time. With this immortal goo, we can use the immortal killer move self-cleansing. We will no longer be afraid of investigative killer moves. Ahahaha. Ing Wuxia placed his hands on his waist as he laughed loudly. He was wearing Fairy Chui Bo's body now. His chest was huge, he had a beautiful face. But he was laughing foolishly with his mouth wide open. He looked like a hot-blooded young man. It was quite comical. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. Initially, she had some sympathy for Ing Wuxia, but now, that sympathy had completely vanished. That's right, this immortal goo self-love is the core of the immortal killer move self-cleansing. This move can allow goo immortals to cleanse their own Dao marks. The bad Dao marks are washed away while the good Dao marks are left behind. Be it investigative killer moves or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, it can take them away. Fan Yuan explained in detail. He Lolan's eyes shined with bright light. She thought to herself. This means that the killer move formed from this immortal goo can undo the restriction of Shadow Sex Alliance agreement on me? She saw a glimmer of hope. She was reluctant to join the Shadow Sect. Of course, she wanted to leave, but she had no way to do so. Self-Love Immortal Goo had a unique appearance. It did not look like a worm, but a horn-shaped dumpling with a layer of green leaves on it. There were gray-white lines on it. But that was not the case. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that the bamboo leaves on the surface were actually one with the inside. The gray-white lines were just the flickering traces of self-love immortal goo. These flickering traces would stay at a certain location for a few breaths of time before changing locations. Hei Lulon engraved the appearance of self-love immortal goo deeply in her mind. Fan Yuan used his finger to touch the surface of self-love immortal goo, saying resolutely, "Let's relocate first, then use the killer move to undo the investigative killer move on us." The goo immortals chose a direction and moved 100,000 li away, landing behind a huge sand dune. Fan Yuan started to activate the killer move, while Ing Wu Xie and the rest scattered around, protecting Fan Yuan. First was to activate self-love immortal goo. This rank 7 immortal goo floated in the air in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It did not shine, but emitted a sweet and refreshing smell. Attracted by this smell, a large number of mortal goo were activated, surrounding self-love immortal goo, forming a river of goo worms. This was the first step of activating self-cleansing. Evidently, self-love immortal goo was needed for the first step to be activated. Fan Yuan was stuck at this earlier, undeniably, even with a vast number of immortal killer moves, he could not do without a core immortal goo. Next, Fan Yuan started to activate some crucial supplementary goo worms. These goo worms were all immortal goo without exception. Wisdom Path immortal goo, obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. The difficulty of this immortal killer move was that every Wisdom Path immortal goo that was added in would cause an intense tremor to the original goo worm river. Only skilled techniques and extraordinary control ability could complete such a step. A Wisdom Path rank 6 immortal goo was carefully placed down. The river of goo worms surged with great waves, but it calmed down after a while. Fan Yuan's heart sank. This was only a rank 6 immortal goo, but it was already so difficult. If he placed a rank 7 immortal goo, the result would be terrible. But the second immortal goo was a rank 7 immortal goo. Fan Yuan prepared for a long time. After experiencing the extremely precious experience, he placed the second immortal goo. Advancing slowly like this, at the third immortal goo, Fan Yuan suffered a failure. The entire goo worm river broke. Fan Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Man, as before. Once this immortal goo was used, his injuries disappeared. But the killer move's activation failed, he needed to leave. Fan Yuan and the rest packed up and left. They could not stay in one place for too long, they had to keep moving at all times. Celestial Court and Providence would not be able to deal with them easily. On the way out, Fan Yuan carefully analyzed his gains and losses, summarizing his experiences. It could be said that the whole team was relying on this killer move of his. This was the key to changing their current situation. Even though this killer move did not have any offensive power. He tried to activate the killer move. After failing, he would relocate, and then he would summarize his gains and losses along the way, repeating this until the fourth time. Fan Yuan finally succeeded in activating this rank 7 immortal killer move, self-cleansing. It was not easy. A gentle light that resembled flowing water poured down from Fan Yuan's head, flowing into his body and heart. Initially, this flowing water-like light was extremely clear, but when it reached Fan Yuan's feet, it became turbid like a desert. How is it? After the killer move was activated, Ing Wu Xie quickly asked. The other goo immortals also looked at him with concern. Fan Yuan activated perceivable Dao immortal goo, inspecting himself. The result was not what he had hoped for. This is troublesome. His expression was grim. Southern border. The Super Goo formation had already been cleared. Wu Bei Supreme Elder, who had fainted from heavy injuries, was also being treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with an ashen expression. Why did I have to die? I actually encountered the earth vein's vibration. This Super Goo formation uses the earth vein as its foundation. The earth vein rarely vibrates in tens of thousands of years, but it actually happened at this crucial moment. But thankfully, I managed to protect Fan Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo at the crucial moment. Even though I had to sacrifice a rank 6 immortal goo. Wu Yong's gaze was deep. After this matter, his hatred towards Fan Yuan increased by another level. Lord Wu Yong, the situation is not quite right. At this time, Wu Fa came over and reported. Not only here, Tai clan, E clan, Chai clan, Chi clan and others also encountered earthquakes not long after. Wu Yong's brows rose. You are saying, this earth vein vibration affected the whole of southern border? I'm afraid so. Wu Fa frowned deeply. Earth veins were not small matters. Such a large-scale vibration had never occurred in southern border's history. This change was no small matter. Wu Yong suddenly looked at his palms. The two mortal goo that he was holding suddenly had cracks on them. They crumbled and were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fan Yuan's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo self-destructed? Did Fan Yuan use some method? Chapter 14:18. On this day, all of southern border's mortals and immortals were shaken and panicked. The earth vein trembled completely, affecting the whole of southern border. The important regions were turned upside down, mountains collapsed, rivers were blocked, and sinkholes were buried. The heavenly power of heaven and earth displayed an unparalleled and terrifying power at this moment. Unlucky mortals died tragically in this vast and sudden earthly tribulation. All the superforces were calculating their losses. Many mortal forces were instantly annihilated. Even superclans had many resource points destroyed. They suffered heavy losses. The sudden earth vein tremor caused the tense political situation of southern border to turn silent. The various superpowers temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and began to actively investigate the cause of the earth vein's upheaval. Such a tremor had never happened in the last 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even in the olden antiquity era and remote antiquity era. This was the first time in all of history. In southern border's goo immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all very nervous and curious. What was the reason for such a large-scale earth vein tremor? The signs of the Great Era have appeared. Far away in western desert, Fan Yuan obtained information about southern border's earth vein tremor through jewel-yellow skies. He sighed deeply. At this moment, he had already moved again. He arrived at another location. The curtain of night gradually faded, and the distant horizon began to show the color of dawn. Dawn had arrived. Soon, the rising sun illuminated the horizon. The grand light scattered over the vast desert. This was a new day. Fan Yuan wore a white robe, his face was covered in frost. He looked at the rising sun with a heavy gaze. His heart was heavy. The sun was rising. His future was not as bright as the scene in front of him. In the past, he was kept in the dark. Now that he obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he understood the relationship between the Great Era, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect in his previous life. The Great Era should have arrived at this time. But in the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, because Spectral Soul succeeded in defying heaven and changing fate, he suppressed the celestial court and providence, using supreme methods to forcefully delay the Great Era by 500 years. Providence was forced into a desperate situation by the Spectral Soul and had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat. They chose Fan Yuan as a chess piece and used the spring-autumn cicada to send him to the past, staking it all on one throw and destroying the Shadow Sect's grand plan. Thus, the entire world was back on track. Without the delay of the Spectre and the Shadow Sect, the Great Era had slowly begun. The trembling of the earth veins was just the tip of the prologue. With the arrival of the Great Era, the 5 regional walls will disappear. However, the condition for the 5 regional walls to disappear is that the earth veins of southern border, northern plains, central continent, western desert, and eastern sea must all come into contact and merge into one. In the following period of time, the earth veins will shake more frequently. Not just southern border, but the other 4 regions, central continent, eastern sea, western desert, and northern plains will also shake. The reason why southern border's earth veins shake first is because southern border has the densest earth path down marks in the 5 regions. Thus, southern border's earth veins are the most abundant in the 5 regions. Precisely because of this, when the Great Era arrives and the world changes, it will be the first to be affected. Fan Yuan's gaze revealed a pondering expression. The arrival of the Great Era no doubt greatly interfered with his cultivation plan. According to his original plan, there was plenty of time and he could take it easy. Fan Yuan continued to cultivate, using dream realms to raise his attainment level, accumulate wealth, and raise his cultivation level. By the time the Great Era of the 5 Regions Chaotic War arrives, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and immense wealth. Even if he was not a Grand Master in all paths, he would be close. That way, he would be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the 5 Regions Chaotic War. But now, it was clearly impossible. The Great Era arrived too quickly. Fan Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not only that, he was currently being pursued by the Heavenly Court and encircled by the Heaven's will. He was in an extremely difficult situation, and he was constantly on the run. He had to be vigilant because a powerful enemy might suddenly appear in the next moment and attack him. This is a great change throughout the ages. Currently, I'm afraid only me, the Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the meaning behind the earth vein tremors. But other Gu immortals are not stupid. After some investigation, they will more or less realize this. After some time, this consciousness will form a common understanding. The entire Gu immortal world will understand. An unprecedented change of heaven and earth is about to arrive. One of my advantages since rebirth is going to disappear. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have Wu Hai's identity. Southern Borders earth vein tremors would create a large number of earth trenches and sinkholes, as well as countless ore veins, rare beasts, and strange plants. They would all be dug out. This is a grand feast. All the forces and Gu immortals will fight for them. This will happen in all 5 regions, but Southern Border will be the most affected, because Southern Border's earth vein is the thickest and has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea, because of its vast body of water. During this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea will have the least fortuitous encounters. Fan Yuan recalled. Eastern Sea had always been the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions. This attracted the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions to take the risk and search for them, to aid their own cultivation. But during this earth vein tremor, Eastern Sea had the least gains. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Gu immortals had commented, this fortuitous encounter was like heaven and earth giving Gu immortals countless treasures to balance out the strength of the 5 regions. If Fan Yuan still had Wu Hai's identity, he would have a huge fortuitous encounter at this moment. With his memories, he remembered many places where large numbers of treasures and even wild immortal Gu would appear. Unfortunately, his identity was exposed this time. This huge fortuitous encounter would most likely be lost to him. Fan Yuan felt pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor actually helped him. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu Clan's immortal formation was damaged. Wu Yong's plan failed. Fan Yuan was able to get through this tribulation safely. He was not plotted against by Wu Clan. The earth vein tremor was bound to happen, but it happened at this time. It was clearly because of Fan Yuan's burning soul bursting luck. Thankfully, I have the rank 7 immortal Gu self-love this time. Earlier, I successfully used the immortal killer move self-cleansing and got rid of all the down marks on my body, including Wu Clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fan Yuan had completely broken away from Wu Clan. He had no relationship with them anymore. My life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu must have broken by now. Wu Yong won't be able to use this against me anymore. His worries in this aspect were resolved, but it also made Fan Yuan see the shortcomings of maintaining a clean body. Self-cleansing was extraordinary. It could get rid of down marks that were harmful to the Gu immortal, but it was not flexible enough. For example, right now, Fan Yuan's alliance agreement with Wu Clan was cleansed, but his alliance agreement down marks with other forces, Chu Du, Land Spirit of Langia, other variant humans, Crazed Demon Cave, and others were not affected. This was because these alliance agreement down marks were not harmful to Fan Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, once Fan Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement down marks would be harmful to Fan Yuan. The alliance agreement would activate first and punish Fan Yuan harshly. By then, it would be too late for Fan Yuan to use self-cleansing to save himself. Most importantly, it was the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle planted on Fan Yuan. These Dao marks were very harmful to Fan Yuan. Self-cleansing was used to get rid of them. However, what shocked Fan Yuan was that even though the killer move was effective and got rid of some of these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and regenerate. At this speed, in 6 hours, the Dao marks that represented Celestial Court's investigative killer move would recover. Self-cleansing is the strongest method among Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Even though it is effective and helpful to me, the opponent this time is too strong. The investigative killer move on me should have been planted by Fairy Myrtle using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fan Yuan was guessing, he was certain of it, because he had encountered this phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own before. That was his original body, that rank 6 strength path 8 arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie body. Right now, in this body, the second immortal aperture had already vanished, while Spring Autumn Cicada was still sealed in the first rank 5 aperture. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used, because Providence was hidden inside it. Furthermore, Wu Xie had used soul path methods to set up a sinister trap in his body. Once Fan Yuan placed his soul inside, the trap would activate and kill the soul, nourishing the body and creating more soul path Dao marks, making the trap even more vicious and persistent. This was the first time Fan Yuan encountered the phenomenon of Dao marks growing on their own. Even though it was Wu Xie's killer move, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After obtaining Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fan Yuan learned that only rank 9 Gu Venerables could create this type of Dao mark growing killer move. Thus, Fan Yuan guessed that Fairy Myrtle used Star Constellation chessboard to use this investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fan Yuan's current identity, his knowledge of Celestial Court had increased greatly. Fan Yuan thought about it now. Actually, other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables had similar methods. Dao marks grew on their own without expending Immortal Essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal created the rank 8 Immortal Gu Fortune rivaling Heaven. Ma Hong had used it, and the effects of good luck were still present until his physical body died. The essence of good luck was Luck Path Dao marks. Ma Hong Yun's body was engraved with Luck Path Dao marks. He also absorbed the luck of the people around him, increasing the number of luck path Dao marks on his body. Moreover, in the entire process, he did not need to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had a killer move of this level. That was Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two ultimate defensive killer moves weaved a layer of Dao mark Dharma clothes on the soul. The former allowed the target to escape the attention and deductions of Providence, while the latter made the soul undetectable. Such a killer move's effect existed all the time, it did not expend any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao mark clothing would regenerate on its own. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu Venerable's main path is Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience that Zishan Makoto gave me, Grandmaster attainment is to comprehend by analogy, Great Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks, Supreme Grandmaster is to use natural Dao marks, Supreme Grandmaster is to grow Dao marks on their own and even move on their own, breaking away from the shackles of immortal essence? Everything was clear at a glance. Zishan Makoto's inheritance gave Fan Yuan a clear and comprehensive understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Now, with his personal experience, Fan Yuan had a deeper understanding of the entire Gu immortal realm. Fan Yuan already had a way to get rid of the soul path trap on the 8-arm heavenly demonic immortal zombie's body. But Fan Yuan was having a hard time dealing with the investigative Dao marks on this sovereign immortal body. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of a certain amount of investigative Dao marks, but the more I get rid of, the faster they grow. I can use self-cleansing to get rid of 10% of the Dao marks every time I use it. But after more than half a day, the Dao marks that have disappeared will regrow. This way, if I want to completely get rid of the investigative killer move on my body, I will need to use self-cleansing at all times for at least half a month, not for a long time and without any rest in between. Fan Yuan made a rough estimation based on his current information. It was very troublesome. The investigative killer move on Fan Yuan was much more troublesome than he had expected. And most importantly, it was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a continuous killer move, it could be used multiple times. Every time it was activated, it would last for a fixed amount of time. Even though he had self-love immortal goo and successfully activated the killer move self-cleansing, Fan Yuan did not get rid of all the harmful down marks on his body as he wished. He encountered another problem. What should he do? If you have enough time to prepare, there might be a chance to get rid of it. Unfortunately, you will not have that chance now. Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move she used on Fan Yuan and the rest. Because this was a method from Star Constellation Chessboard, the killer move that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created, Inextinguishable Star Target. Among all investigative killer moves, Inextinguishable Star Target could only mark the target's location, but this ability was far inferior to the investigative killer move that Fairy Myrtle used on Feng Jioge and the rest, Star Shadow Derivation. The latter allowed Star Constellation Chessboard to display the target's experience, and it could be seen at a glance as if the target was there. But the strongest aspect of Inextinguishable Star Target was that it was endless and could not be destroyed. Normal methods could not get rid of it. It could be said that as long as this killer move existed, Fan Yuan would be a chess piece in Fairy Myrtle's chessboard. He could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Getting rid of him was only a matter of time. In the battle against Fan Yuan and the rest, Fairy Myrtle had the complete initiative. She had the upper hand and was unwavering. Moreover, as long as Fan Yuan was not given the chance to develop freely, as time dragged on, Fairy Myrtle and Celestial Court's advantage would increase. It could be said that Fairy Myrtle was already in an invincible position. Chapter 14:19. Compared to fate, luck cannot last for long. Even though there was a small accident, so what? Fairy Myrtle smiled elegantly. The star constellation chessboard in her hand showed the figures of those two Celestial Court Goo Immortals. The Immortal Goo House was flying. The two Celestial Court Goo Immortals had grim expressions as they conversed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped to Black Heaven through the black-white overturning cloud. But according to the time now, it is already daytime in the 5 regions. We are currently in daytime. Black Heaven is already above our heads. So this time, we need to fly to the sky and pass through the heavenly wind-chi wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already placed an investigative method on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we reach Black Heaven, we will have a weak reaction. We will not have to worry about not being able to find it. If we encounter the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake. We need to do everything we can to prevent it from happening again. The two Celestial Court Goo Immortals were full of fighting spirit. Their confidence had completely recovered after this setback. What gave them confidence was the strength they had. The difference in strength was clear, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had great luck a second or third time. So what? Could it be like this every time? As long as it failed once, the Celestial Court Goo Immortals would win, and the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would be trapped, unable to make a comeback. Star Constellation Chessboard shook lightly, the scene changed and Feng Jioge appeared. At this moment, Feng Jioge had already left the River of Time, returning to Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time to return to Western Desert, he could not return the same way. Fairy Myrtle instructed him. According to Feng Jioge's current distance, he was quite far from Fan Yuan. Feng Jioge is a Tao Guardian. His luck is as steady as a mountain, unshakable. Only with such a strong luck can he resist Fan Yuan and the others. If I send other Celestial Court Goo Immortals, there would be too many people. Their luck would be countered by Fan Yuan. It would instead help Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is an obvious example. 2 Celestial Court Rank 8 Goo Immortals working together could escape. Let alone against Fan Yuan? Let's first have Feng Jioge keep pressuring Fan Yuan and force him to search for the Red Lotus True Legacy. Even if he can't achieve this goal, we can force him to keep revealing his trump cards. When he reveals all his trump cards, it will be time for me to personally make a move. Murderous intent flashed in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. It wasn't that she didn't value Fan Yuan, but she valued Fan Yuan very much. In order to kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Myrtle had to act personally to be at ease. But now was not the time. Firstly, Fan Yuan's trump cards had not been revealed yet, he was not in a desperate situation yet. Secondly, Celestial Court needed to be guarded, because Duke Long was still deep in Celestial Court, trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. The entire situation of Central Continent needed Fairy Myrtle's control and coordination. Thirdly, the Great Era was approaching, southern borders Earth veins were already shaking, Central Continent's position was the most disadvantageous. They needed to make ample preparations. Even though Fan Yuan had self-love immortal goo, he could not escape from Fairy Myrtle's control. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped once, it was still being chased, it was not out of danger. What Fairy Myrtle cared about was not these two, but the Stone Lotus Island that suddenly appeared in the River of Time. Why did Red Lotus' true inheritance suddenly appear and vanish mysteriously? Fairy Myrtle frowned, she could not understand. She, who had Star Constellation chessboard, was one of the top 3 Wisdom Path great experts in the world. But facing the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Myrtle still felt her own powerlessness and inadequacy. Red Lotus. Fairy Myrtle sighed internally. Because she knew that among all the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection with Celestial Court. In fact, he was once likely to become Red Lotus Immortal Venerable and enter Celestial Court, Black Heaven. Yellow-green fungus grass was like a giant carpet, growing quietly in a corner of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungus. This was a rank 6 immortal material, it could only grow in the immemorial 9 heavens. The conditions for its growth were very harsh. It had to grow in a single location, there could not be any down marks or other lifeforms around it, not even meteors could exist. But thankfully, even though the immemorial 9 heavens had groups of ancient-level lifeforms and immemorial-level lifeforms, there was still a lot of space. There would always be an environment for the heaven-attached fungus to grow. However, at this moment, there were 2 figures lingering on the heaven-attached fungi. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A series of urgent bird cries could be heard. A goo master who looked like a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. His forearm and right hand were covered in a layer of rainbow aurora light. This aurora light was very lively, it seemed to want to leave the young goo master's arm. It had its own spirituality, but it was still lacking. The young goo master gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, his forehead was soon covered in sweat. Go, Aurora Bird! The young goo master had reached his limits, he knew he had to take a gamble, he shouted as he swung his arm forward with difficulty. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At the next moment, the aurora light's cries became even clearer. Next, the rainbow aurora light really jumped out of the young goo master's arm, jumping into the air and turning into a bird. The bird flapped its wings, the rainbow aurora light shot forward at an astonishing speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird hit the nearby heaven-attached fungus, causing it to fly everywhere. After the aurora light faded, a hole the size of a well could be seen on the heaven-attached fungus. The young goo master saw this and was surprised and joyful. He was happy because he had worked so hard for so long, training hard, and risking his life so many times, he had finally gained some results, he managed to learn this killer move. He was shocked because this killer move's power was so great, it was just like what his master had predicted. Master, I succeeded! The young goo master came to the other person and bowed, saying excitedly. Not bad. His master commented plainly. The young goo master saw his master's expression and calmed down a lot from his excitement. His expression immediately became much calmer, and he immediately bowed once more before saying in a gentle tone. Disciple has lost his composure. No worries. The young goo master's master waved his hand as he slowly walked away. After a few steps, he stopped and raised his head to look at the horizon. He was wearing a gray hemp robe. It was very simple, it fluttered in the wind. His strong bear-like body could not be concealed at all. He was wearing a conical hat. It was huge and wide. The edge of the hat cast a heavy shadow on his face, covering his face. Even though the young Gu master acknowledged him as his master, he had never seen his master's face. In fact, only now, when he looked at the sky, could the young Gu master see his master's face. But he could only see his chin. His chin was wide and thick. It gave off an unwavering and sturdy feeling. Master, thank you for your guidance these days, otherwise, with my hard work, how could I have made such progress? The young Gu master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking. Oh Yi Fan, you are talented and have incredible comprehension. This killer move was created by you in the first place. It condensed your comprehension of transformation path and light path. I only gave you some pointers, that's all. Even though you have learned this killer move once, you need to practice it more in the future, but be careful, I am not around anymore. Master, are we going to separate? The young Gu master was shocked. He asked anxiously. This person was Southern Borders Yi Fan. He secretly admired Shang Xianci. When Shang Xianci became the clan leader, Yi Fan stood up and helped Shang Xianci resolve Shang clan's mortal problems. But there was always someone stronger. Yi Fan met by Ning Bing. Not only did he lose, he even went through a terrifying life and death experience. He narrowly escaped with his life. He was in a daze. This unforgettable experience made him calm down. He started to think about life and himself. It was an accident that allowed him to meet his current master, and they became master and disciple. To think that his master was a Gu immortal. To nurture this disciple with great comprehension, his master personally brought Yi Fan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they had only known each other for a short time, Yi Fan respected this mysterious master of his. When people interact with each other, they need to get along. Some people can be strangers after interacting with each other for a lifetime. Some people can become close friends after interacting with each other for a short time. Even though Yi Fan had not seen his master's true appearance, he could feel his master's sincerity towards him. He had complete trust in his master. He did not suspect his master had any ulterior motives. The rise and fall of fate. We do not have much fate as master and disciple. If we use it today, it will run out tomorrow. It is better to wait for the future. Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here? His master asked. Yi Fan blinked. Master, didn't you say that Black Heaven's environment suppresses my light path? Even though it is difficult to cultivate here, it is safe because of the suppression. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have karma here. His master said in a low voice. Karma? Yi Fan was confused. In this world, there is a cause and effect. There is a cause for every effect. Look, your karma is here. Saying so, the mysterious Gu immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped in shock. There, an upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying towards the heaven-attached fungi. Such a handsome divine eagle! Ah, it is injured. As the distance between them shortened, Yi Fan saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan had a master, his knowledge could not compare to Gu immortals. In fact, even ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals might not recognize the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in a daze now. Its wounds were bleeding and had not healed. Even though it had gotten rid of the celestial court's pursuers, Black Heaven and White Heaven were filled with danger. It was not safe. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to win a precious chance to catch its breath. But before it could reach the heaven-attached fungi, it fainted from exhaustion when it was still a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted in time, grabbing this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He opened his palm, using some unknown method. Under Yi Fan's shocked gaze, this giant upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by a formless force. It shrunk until it was the size of a chick, falling into Yi Fan's master's palm. Yi Fan, this mysterious master, stretched out his other hand and lightly touched the upper extreme heavenly eagle's surface. Instantly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries healed. it fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Yi Fan, you are entangled by karma. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future. Bring it with you. When it wakes up, it will bring you away from Black Heaven and back to southern border. I will go now. Saying so, this mysterious Gu immortal in conical hat and grey robes floated up, flying far away. Master, take care. Yi Fan received the bird-like upper extreme heavenly eagle and quickly chased. His eyes were filled with tears. He was very reluctant. He chased all the way to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's figure getting smaller and smaller, he suddenly shouted, Master, can you tell me your name? Mortals fear karma, I fear cause. You can call me Lu Weiyin. His master's voice was faintly discernible, entering Yi Fan's ears. Chapter 1420. Western Desert. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, seeing a green forest of palm trees. There was a lake, blue to the core, like a sapphire embedded in the sand. It was exquisite and moving. This was a small oasis. It had a naturally formed spirit spring. A small oasis like this was often the foundation of a mortal clan. If a Gu master lived here and nurtured the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could even become a medium or large oasis. Humans chose a suitable environment to live in, and at the same time, the environment was modified by humans. This was the coexistence of humans and nature in Western Desert. But now, this small oasis that had formed not long ago was destined to face the fate of complete destruction. Because every time Fan Yuan and the rest moved to a new place, they would completely erase the traces and clues they left behind. Even though they had Celestial Court's true inheritance killer moves, this could also defend against some Western Desert enemies. Especially when Providence was constantly making arrangements. I have finally made some progress in my deductions. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of an inextinguishable star target, Fan Yuan had been trying to solve this problem. Immortal killer move self-cleansing could be used over and over again. The duration was fixed, but Fan Yuan could modify it and make it last longer. Fan Yuan had the foundation to do this. Because he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. Furthermore, he had a crucial immortal Gu. Because of this immortal Gu, Fan Yuan was very confident. This immortal Gu was perseverance. Rank 7 perseverance immortal Gu's effect was to support, to prolong the effect of other immortal Gu or killer moves. For example, when Fan Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, his sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again. But if he used perseverance immortal Gu, the sword light dragon breath could be shot over and over again, until Fan Yuan's throat reached its limit. Perseverance immortal Gu was suitable to modify self-cleansing. These last few days, Fan Yuan had been moving around, deducing time and time again. He finally obtained results. He successfully used immortal Gu perseverance as the second core, fusing it into self-cleansing. This way, the killer move self-cleansing could be used continuously to get rid of the harmful Dao marks on Fan Yuan's body. However, this result isn't enough for me to get rid of the marks. Fan Yuan's gaze was heavy. He didn't relax. He clearly knew that he was facing another difficult problem. Even though self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fan Yuan did not have the time. He was being chased at all times. Even though the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might have secretly followed him. At any moment, Fan Yuan and the others had the possibility of being sneak attacked or being chased down. Using self-cleansing to completely remove the inextinguishable star target on Fan Yuan's body would take at least a month. In this month, he had to constantly use killer moves. The inextinguishable star mark was very difficult to deal with. The more Dao marks it eliminated, the faster it would recover. Fan Yuan had already done his best. He could not raise the power of self-cleansing any further. According to the current situation, I have to be prepared to escape at any moment. It is impossible to gain a month's time. And even if I have a month's time, what about the others? They are also affected by the inextinguishable star target. There was no possibility of using it. Fan Yuan's biggest worry was that when he was about to succeed, the celestial quartz goo immortals would come out and disrupt him, causing his efforts to go to waste. If that happened, he would expend a lot of immortal essence but would not be able to get rid of the inextinguishable star target. Next, when he fought with the celestial quartz goo immortals or escaped, the inextinguishable star target would continue to recover, the down marks would grow, and Fan Yuan would waste a lot of effort. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move. Activating it not only expends immortal essence, I also have to maintain it at all times. My mind will be greatly exhausted. I have not been in contact with this killer move for a long time. The number of times I can use it is limited. I am not familiar with it. Including the situation where I failed to activate it, not only would I waste immortal essence, I would also need to heal my injuries. The more I use it, the more I don't need to fight with the celestial quartz goo immortals. My overall strength would fall sharply. Escaping to Langya Blessed Land is also impossible. Not to mention the fact that I would be monitored by the Celestial Court at all times. It would expose Langya Blessed Land's location. The journey is too far. There would be too many dangers on the way to Langya Blessed Land. Not only Central Continent's Celestial Court and Providence's encirclement, there is also Northern Plains' Longevity Heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and solutions. Fan Yuan quickly thought of a countermeasure against this point. He had the ability to implement this countermeasure. That was to use Formation Path. He wanted to modify self-cleansing again, turning it into an immortal goo formation. This was not a fantasy. As mentioned earlier, goo formations were killer moves in essence. They were just Formation Path killer moves. If Fan Yuan had the self-cleansing goo formation, it would be much more convenient. The amount of immortal essence and mental energy needed to maintain the goo formation was usually much less than killer moves. Moreover, self-cleansing was only effective on Fan Yuan alone. If other goo immortals tried to use it, they would need to practice self-cleansing diligently. If it was an immortal goo formation, then as long as the Shadow Sect goo immortals entered the goo formation, the down marks of inextinguishable star target on them would be destroyed and reduced by the goo formation. So, I not only need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal goo formation, I also need goo worms like Formation Plate Goo, Formation Flag Goo, or Formation Diagram Goo, and it would be best if they are immortal goo. Langya Sect had one immortal level Formation Plate Goo. This immortal goo's effect was to control all sorts of goo worms and set up a goo formation. The goo immortal only needed to provide immortal essence and put in all their effort. They did not need their Formation Path cultivation level. Formation Flag Goo was used to control a goo formation that had been set up. When the goo immortal activated Formation Flag Goo, they could directly store a goo formation into Formation Flag Goo. Then, within a certain range of vision, the goo immortal could move the Formation Flag Goo around. After finding a suitable location, they just needed to activate Formation Flag Goo again to set up the goo formation that had been set up earlier. And Formation Diagram Goo was an expendable goo worm. Formation Diagram Goo recorded the details of the goo formation. Its effect was similar to Formation Plate Goo, but the error rate was much lower than Formation Plate Goo. These three goo worms were very suitable for the current Fan Yuan. Vibration Desert. This mystical sea of sand would have intense vibrations every once in a while. Deep under the vibration desert, an immortal goo formation was slowly activating. Hanli walked in slowly with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of Goo Immortal Jin Yuanzi's Formation Path True Inheritance. Hanli, you need to work hard. Chapter 1421. It was a palace made of bronze. At the center of the palace, there was only a brass crane neck lamp. The crane's neck was long and slender, drawing a smooth arc in the air. At the tip of its perfectly straight beak, there was a peach-sized candle. It was this candle light that illuminated the whole palace. The candle light was weak, and many corners of the bronze palace were immersed in darkness. A skinny young goo master was standing on a huge brick of the palace. Coincidentally, there was a huge red pillar next to him. It was so thick that it would require 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. The candle light was blocked by the pillar, causing half of the young goo master's body to be illuminated, while the other half was shrouded in darkness and shadows. It was Han Li. Right now, Han Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not decide what to do. I was too careless. This senior Jin Yuanzi, although he is a righteous path Gu immortal, his true inheritance is not something someone like me can obtain. Being able to reach this step, I have already exhausted all my efforts. There were even several steps that purely relied on luck. Han Li had experienced these. He was very clear about the dangers of this bronze palace. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. In fact, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path inheritances were full of schemes and were extremely dangerous. Jin Yuanzi's inheritance test might be dangerous, but it was nothing to Gu immortals. But to Han Li, who was still a Gu master, it was too dangerous. Han Li was a person with strong luck, and because of his connection with Fan Yuan's luck, he had many fortuitous encounters, and now had rank 4 cultivation level. At his age, without a Gu immortal backing, this was very rare. Han Li stood on the spot, not moving. He tried to turn his body and look at the path he had taken. He wanted to retreat. This Jin Yuanzi's Gu immortal true inheritance was too high a level for him. Although it was extremely tempting, Han Li had completely woken up now. He pondered for a long time before trying to move his right leg to the left and right. At the next moment, his vision suddenly changed. I moved forward instead? Han Li quickly looked around and his expression turned pale. He discovered that he had already left the giant red pillar behind him. He was now more than 10 steps away from where he had been standing. He was 1 step closer to the brass crane-necked floor lantern. So long as he could reach that place, Han Li would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Jin Yuanzi and inherit his true inheritance. However, Han Li had already decided to retreat. This step forward was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, accidentally bumping into it. His true intention was to leave this place, but he ended up moving forward instead. It was easy to imagine that if he had chosen to advance in another direction, he would have ended up in a terrible state. As a rogue cultivator, Han Li's foundation in the Tao of formations was extremely shallow. To put it nicely, it was the skill of a country bumpkin. He had relied on his intelligence, calm thinking, and luck to make it this far. Among these factors, luck was the most prominent. As a result, Han Li became less and less confident. Because luck was very unreliable. If a rational person only relied on luck, it would be a gamble. I'm gambling with my life. It seems that retreating to the right is safer. Han Li observed his surroundings. At this point, he was completely confused and could only rely on his intuition. Then he took a step back. Whoosh! His vision changed again, and the result shocked him. This time, he had advanced by more than 10 steps. The brass crane-necked floor lantern that represented success was already within reach. Han Li could almost touch it if he stretched out his arm. Of course, Han Li was still a hair's breadth away. South close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation, he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take one more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed his body. At this moment, his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation space. It was like the palace that Fan Yuan was staying in southern border's giant dream realm Gu formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the Gu formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Han Li had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Hanli could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Hanli's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me. It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. This is the reason why Jin Yuanzi set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only Gu immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward. Or those Gu immortals with weak formation path attainment but who know when to advance and when to retreat, they have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Hanli suddenly came to a realization. In that case, I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Jin Yuanzi's will? Of course not, I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Jin Yuanzi, no one knows about it. That voice replied. Hanli was confused. Formation Spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and Gu formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Hanli smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable, you are not a Gu immortal, then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no! Hanli had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad, Jin Yuanzi's original plan was to choose a Gu immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence, you cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance, this Gu formation is about to collapse, but you cannot subdue the green claw ghost-winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over. I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Hanli was not willing to give up like this. It is useless. The difference in strength is too great. Sigh. The formation spirit Gu's formation spirit had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Gu formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hall turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Hanli's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall, and without the support of the immortal Gu formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Hanli was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost-winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Gu immortal followed Jin Yuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Jin Yuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost-winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost-winged lion. But Hanli was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost-winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost-winged lion's body, waking it up. Hanli attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost-winged lion's body. The green claw ghost-winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Hanli into its stomach. Chapter 1422. An alluring red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on the red cloud with her eyes closed. She was very relaxed. She had a curvaceous body. She was wearing a yellow and red muslin dance dress, revealing her snow-white belly, arms, and feet. On her wrists and ankles, there was a golden jade bracelet. On her fingers, there were many gemstones, blue, green, and red, they were all shining together. Her eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick and long, her eyes were slightly green, even though they were half closed, they were filled with allure. A translucent red veil covered most of her face. Her tall nose bridge and red lips were faintly discernible under the veil, causing anyone who saw her to have the urge to investigate further. Dancer Hongyun was a rank 7 Gu immortal filled with allure. She was once a demoness who dominated Western Desert, but she offended a righteous path rank 8 great expert. At the crucial moment, 1,000 transformations ancestors saved her. Thus, Dancer Hongyun became one of 1,000 transformations ancestors' concubines. Unfortunately, 1,000 transformations ancestor did not like her. Even though she was alluring, she could not compare to Fairy Chui Bo and 1,000 transformations ancestors' heart. Intense winds blew past her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton, but also elastic. Dancer Hongyun was lying on it like she was lying on a bed. It was very comfortable. This was Dancer Hongyun's signature method, immortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not have a good relationship with Fairy Chui Bo, they even fought fiercely for favor. Now that Fairy Chui Bo was in danger, Dancer Hongyun immediately used her fastest speed to save her. Of course she was unwilling, but at this time, she still had the will of the 1,000 transformations ancestor on her. This will was to help Dancer Hongyun, but also to monitor her. As long as this will existed, Dancer Hongyun had to use all her strength to save Fairy Chui Bo. The red cloud flew rapidly, flying to the edge of Green Ghost Desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds began to appear one after another. After officially entering the Green Ghost Desert, the dark clouds gathered together, and became even denser, truly covering the sky and the sun. In an ordinary desert, the sun was scorching hot, and there was almost nowhere to hide. But in Green Ghost Desert, it practically didn't receive a single strand of sunlight all year round, and it was an expanse of dusky and gray. There were a lot of trees in this desert. The ghost weeping tree was one of the most numerous. This kind of ghost wailing tree was very twisted and full of potholes. There were even natural holes. The deep tree bark patterns were like wailing and weeping human faces. Every time the wind blew past the ghost weeping tree would gently shake and let out a mournful shriek, or an eerie and terrifying howl. Even in the daytime, this place was cold and gloomy, and soul beasts ran amok. At night, the cold wind was bone-chilling, and tens of thousands of ghosts were everywhere. Dancer Hongyun rode on her red cloud and traveled under the dark clouds. She felt depressed. Her posture was no longer as leisurely as before. Instead, she sat cross-legged with her eyes wide open, constantly on guard. The Green Ghost Desert was a famous dangerous place in the Western Desert. Its origin was related to a demon lord in history. That was the famous Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became venerable, he fought with a super-clan here. He slaughtered all of the Gu immortals of the Woodpath clan, which was once the overlord of Western Desert. The traces of the great battle were engraved in this place, transforming it into the Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here, a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals died here. Dancer Hongyun had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had 1,000 transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Gu. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus, she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. Howl! Like the howl of a wolf, a soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hongyun's head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hongyun as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hongyun's pupils shrunk, she gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, Thousand Transformations Will said, "Let me do it, Hong Yun, just move forward." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong Yun did not stop at all, she did not even change her direction, she continued to fly forward. The rank 8 Immortal Goo activated, a strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth, its huge body had already engulfed Dancer Hong Yun, but at the crucial moment, its movement stopped strangely. Then, its head suddenly exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches, its fur turned into grass, from its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful, is this the power of a rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation? Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hong Yun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. Thousand Transformations Will snorted coldly. It stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 Immortal Goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with Dancer Hong Yun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 Goo Immortal, it was only a rank 8 Immortal Goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, Dancer Hong Yun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts, but when they felt an intense threat to their lives, they retreated. Roar! As Dancer Hong Yun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Chapter 1423. Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. This lion was as large as a small mountain. Furthermore, it lived by devouring souls. Right now, such immemorial desolate beasts were very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, there were many of these lions. In fact, the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion had once given the young Spectral Soul a lot of trouble. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. Before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he mainly used Soul Path methods. But in the end, Spectral Soul won. Not only did he kill the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion, he even dug out the innate abilities of the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. After that, Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level and even hunted Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lions. He created the soul-devouring technique that shocked the world. The Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion was famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hong Yun, she was shocked. But at the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations ancestors will reminded her calmly. Don't be afraid, this lion's ghost wings are not outstanding, they are even very weak. This means that it is not in good condition, we can fight it. Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down. She looked carefully. Indeed, this Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion's ghost wings were very thin. They did not match the size of the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. Dancer Hong Yun could not help but feel ashamed, she thought. Husband's will only has one rank 8 Immortal Goo and a large amount of Immortal Essence. He does not have any investigative Immortal methods, but he can see through the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion's situation. My methods are comprehensive, but I was intimidated. This is not right. She calmed herself down. She controlled Dancer Hong Yun and flew away from the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. Soon, she was far away from the Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion. Hee. There is something wrong with this Green Claw Ghost-Winged Lion after all. If it had 30% of its strength, your Dancer Hong Yun would not have been able to escape. Thousand Transformations Will laughed out loud and appeared. It temporarily separated itself from Dancer Hong Yun and stood beside her. Thousand Transformations Will's immortal essence entered that rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura became extremely dense. A strange ripple suddenly shot out and hit the green-clawed ghost-winged lion that was pouncing over. In the next moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion howled in pain. Its tail suddenly transformed into a poisonous python. The poisonous python's body was thick and long. It wrapped around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's body in an instant. Its poisonous teeth bit into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion hurriedly swung its huge greenish-black claws at the poisonous python's body and head. The venomous python was very resilient, and it was actually able to temporarily enter a stalemate with the green-clawed ghost-winged lion. For a moment, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings and flipped in the air, fighting with the poisonous python. Dancer Hongyun sat on a red cloud and rose into the sky, watching the battle with a cautious gaze. Thousand Transformations Will stood in front of her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green-claw ghost-winged lion. A strange ripple flashed, and the thick mane on the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's face quickly turned into saplings. This was the sapling of the wailing ghost tree. The roots of the wailing ghost tree started to grow into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's flesh, absorbing its nutrients. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion howled in pain. It went berserk and smashed the sapling on its face, as well as the poisonous python's head. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost-winged lion, it had no strength left, it was dead. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state, its injuries were severe. This is Thousand Transformations' husband's signature immortal goo, mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion killed them. It was actually fighting itself, because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hongyun watched the battle. Her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. Thousand Transformations Will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost-winged lion. It has old injuries in its body, it only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, Thousand Transformations Will did not stop. Rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation was activated again. This time, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out, it stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before stabbing into its brain. Roar! The green-clawed ghost-winged lion let out an unprecedented roar. Its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost-winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down, trying to escape. Dancer Hongyun chased after it, with Thousand Transformations ancestors Will beside her. In the end, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert. With a loud sound, a huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost-winged lion was lying on the ground, motionless. It was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. Thousand Transformations Will instructed, entering Dancer Hongyun's body with the immortal goo. Dancer Hongyun's eyes shined. She almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich! This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse. It is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in jewel yellow skies. It can be used to refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hongyun started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hongyun only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore. It has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hongyun found Hanli. Hanli had fainted, but he still had a trace of life force. Why is there a mortal goo master here? Dancer Hong Yun found it strange. She smiled. Should I say you are unlucky or lucky? The immemorial desolate beast you encountered was a green-clawed ghost-winged lion that devours souls. That is why your mortal body was able to survive in the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach. If it were an immemorial desolate beast that devours living beings, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hong Yun stretched out her hand, using a soul search method on Han Li. No matter what, a mortal goo master appearing here was very sudden. Dancer Hong Yun was curious. She wanted to know about Han Li's experiences. This guy, is he called Han Li? Even though he has no background, his luck is quite good. This is Jin Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance? Chapter 1424. Dancer Hong Yun mainly cultivated cloud path, but ever since spectral soul demon venerable, soul-searching methods were easy to learn, every goo immortal had them. At this moment she searched Han Li's soul and learned about his cultivation process. Naturally, Han Li's experiences in the goo formation were exposed as well. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yun grabbed Han Li and fled into the desert. Soon they arrived at the underground cave. The underground cave was almost completely destroyed, but Dancer Hong Yun found a small goo formation at a corner. She came to the goo formation, a small passageway was opened, the formation spirit spoke from inside. Master! The formation spirit was calling for Han Li. What a powerful formation spirit! The goo formation had already collapsed, but it could be reassembled. This is likely the work of this formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yun's heart shook. This way, Jin Yuanzi's true inheritance is probably preserved. Haha, this immortal opportunity is mine! Dancer Hong Yun laughed excitedly. A glint flashed from the depths of her eyes and she said to Han Li, Little fellow, I've saved your life. In return for saving your life, you must offer the entirety of this true inheritance to me. Han Li opened his eyes. Okay. Did you hear that, formation spirit? Your master has already given you to me. Dancer Hong Yun turned around and said to the spirit. This? The formation spirit hesitated. What? You want to disobey your master's orders? Dancer Hong Yun frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yun smiled coldly. Formation spirit, your original master was Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi set up his true inheritance. Now that Han Li has reached the standard and is your new master, are you going to go back on your words? Of course not. The formation spirit said without hesitation. Then will you listen to your new master, Han Li? Dancer Hong Yun asked again. Yes. The formation spirit answered without hesitation. In that case, Han Li wants to give you to me to repay me for saving your life. Are you going to go back on your words? Dancer Hong Yun pressed on. The formation spirit was silent for a while. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he let out a long sigh. We will not deny it. You will be our new master. Ha, that's it. Submit to me, don't resist. As she spoke, Dancer Hong Yun infused her immortal energy into it. The formation spirit did not resist and obediently allowed itself to be refined by the immortal essence. It was the core of this goo formation. It could control the goo formation in place of the goo immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence. The formation spirit joined Dancer Hong Yun. The other goo worms followed suit. Soon, the immortal goo formation had a new owner. Dancer Hong Yun obtained several immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo. She even obtained Jin Yuanzi's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely opened, completely defenseless against Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun chortled with glee, but she wasn't in a hurry to accept the items. Instead, she turned to Han Li and waved a sleeve. Pooh! With a soft sound, Han Li turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was completely dead, even his soul was destroyed. It turned out that Han Li had not truly awakened. Dancer Hong Yun had used an immortal method to secretly send her will in and manipulate Han Li, making him agree to give her the true inheritance. It was very difficult to snatch the immortal goo. But Han Li was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a goo immortal. Mortals and immortals were different, the difference in strength was huge. Dancer Hong Yun used her strength to suppress Han Li, he could not retaliate at all. Of course, if a mortal had an immortal gu, it would not be so easy for the gu immortal to snatch the mortal's immortal gu. If they were not careful, they would die together, the immortal gu would be destroyed along with the mortal, the gu immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was rather special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance, because of the green claw ghost-winged lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other gu worms. Thus, these gu worms that Jin Yuanzi left behind still contained Jin Yuanzi's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal gu was created by Jin Yuanzi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each gu formation to help the gu immortal control the gu formation. Formation spirit immortal gu was a one-time consumable gu worm. After one use, the immortal gu would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the gu immortal wanted to use formation spirit immortal gu again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence, similar to the land spirit and heavenly spirit. It could not lie, it was simple. This gave Dancer Hong Yun an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no formation spirits, and only a bunch of gu worms, they would not be able to talk to Dancer Hong Yun, they would not be convinced. All in all, Dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly inherited this Jin Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Jin Yuanzi is a gu immortal of a superforce, Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan, he set it up here instead. Thousand Transformations will sighed. It seems that the rumors of Jin Yuanzi being ostracized by the gu immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we saved Chui Bo and returned to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. Thousand Transformations ancestors will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, the essence of it would be devoured by Thousand Transformations ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands. But she had to contribute it. During the entire process, Thousand Transformations was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hong Yun had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Jin Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, Dancer Hong Yun calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 immortal gu, 2 of them were formation path immortal gu. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7. And the formation spirit could be considered half an immortal gu. If not for this gu formation collapsing once, Dancer Hong Yun's gains would be even greater. Chapter 1425. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire gu formation. Once this gu formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke, reminding Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the gu formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the gu formation was put together, forming a small incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the formation spirit had the same use. Dancer Hong Yun would not give up on such an excellent formation spirit. The formation spirit continued. Thankfully, there is still a formation flag gu in the gu formation. Master, you can use formation flag gu to store the entire gu formation into formation flag gu before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since gu immortal Jin Yuanzi created formation spirit immortal gu, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined formation flag gu as a support. Earlier, when the gu formation collapsed, the formation spirit first protected formation flag immortal goo, thus, Dancer Han Yun only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later. At night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold, the breath turned into fog. Western desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fan Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely, the light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move, fixed luck, is? Over the last few days, when Fan Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed luck came from Ma Hongyun. Fan Yuan found the killer move fixed luck from Ma Hongyun's soul. That was to say, fixed luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances, all living beings' luck. Fixed luck was very suitable for Fan Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Fan Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of connect luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Han Yi Fan, and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then, and this was now. After Fan Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Fan Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used burning soul-bursting luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Fan Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. A portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Fan Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hongyun, he had a way. Fixed luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally stubborn immortal goo, rule path immortal goo main. But after some modifications, Fan Yuan replaced these two cores, using precaution immortal goo and rule path immortal goo big. He had obtained precaution immortal goo long ago. As for big immortal goo, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man goo immortal. After using big immortal goo, his body grew larger and he turned into a human goo immortal. However, Fan Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws. When activating it, even if Fan Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this fixed luck killer move was not always effective. Fan Yuan knew that there was a flaw in this, but because his attainment level was not high, he could not find out anything, nor could he modify it. In the past, Fan Yuan had been thinking about breaking luck immortal goo, even though he did not have it now. With fixed luck, he could protect his own interests. Fan Yuan could not personally witness the effect of fixed luck, he did not know what the effect was. But according to the contents of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, Fan Yuan knew, when two people had a close relationship, their luck would be linked together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would be the same, they would be bound together for good or ill. Or it could be said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, after Giant Sun Immortal's research, he found that even though their luck was the same, there was a subtle profundity in it. Even though they would share blessings and hardships together. But there would always be people who would enjoy more blessings and suffer less hardships. Why was that? Giant Sun Immortal found that the person with stronger luck would enjoy more benefits, while the person with weaker luck would face more hardships. In fact, when they obtained benefits, they would even bring huge benefits to the other person. Giant Sun Immortal called this relationship main luck and sub-luck, and created the corresponding luck path immortal goo. However, Fan Yuan did not have main luck immortal goo or sub-luck immortal goo. Even if he did not have them, Fan Yuan could use his own luck to create a difference between himself and the others, to prove that he was the main luck immortal goo. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan put aside his thoughts on fixed luck, and instead focused on modifying self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Fan Yuan was much more confident. After all, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Because of this advantage, his progress in this aspect was also very fast. Right now, the entire killer move's self-cleansing was converted into a goo formation. He was only a few steps away from success. Success was in sight, but Fan Yuan was troubled by the fact that he lacked the crucial formation path Immortal Goo. He could borrow Langya Sek's formation plate Immortal Goo, but this Immortal Goo was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the entire self-cleansing Immortal formation was rank 7. Using a rank 6 formation plate Goo to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation had a high chance of failure. There was another obstacle. The formation plate Goo recorded the sub and mother teleportation formation. If Fan Yuan wanted to use it to set up the self-cleansing Immortal formation, he would have to erase the contents of the sub and mother teleportation formation. Then, he would personally set up the formation plate Goo, and after setting up the self-cleansing Immortal formation, the formation plate Goo would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing Immortal formation. Thus, this was troublesome. Fan Yuan had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya. But the sub and mother teleportation formation was very important to the land spirit of Langya, and to the entire Langya sect. It concerned the development of the entire sect. In Langya sect, there were no formation path Goo immortals. They relied on this formation plate Immortal Goo to set up the teleportation formation. Fan Yuan was going to erase the original contents of the formation plate Immortal Goo, and replace it with new ones. This meant that Langya sect would lose the ability to set up the sub and mother teleportation formation. This was something that the land spirit of Langya could not accept. They did not have information path abilities. They could not extract the contents of the formation plate Immortal Goo. Just by looking at the process of the formation plate Immortal Goo setting up the Immortal Goo formation, they could not understand the profundity of the entire Immortal formation, because there were many hidden details, like the Immortal Essence infusion, the coordination of various Goo worms behind the scenes, and so on. Fan Yuan could only promise the land spirit of Langya that as a formation path grandmaster, he could help them recreate the sub and mother teleportation formation. Chapter 1426. Fan Yuan was helpless. He could not force the land spirit of Langya to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to deduce the immortal formation self-cleansing, he could not do so without the crucial Immortal Goo. Most importantly, I need to borrow Langya Sek's strength to refine Goo. Fan Yuan had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He lacked many Immortal Goo. He had a lot of plans for Goo refinement in the future. If the land spirit of Langya still rejected Fan Yuan after thinking for a long time, what should he do? Fan Yuan had already thought of this problem. He had always thought of failure before thinking of victory. If the land spirit of Langya does not agree to lend me formation disc Immortal Goo, I will have to borrow someone else's Immortal Aperture. Fan Yuan had many down marks. It was very difficult for him to enter the Immortal Apertures of other Shadow Sect Goo Immortals. Unless they placed their apertures and formed blessed lands with a stable foundation, there would be a possibility. After Fan Yuan entered someone else's Immortal Aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the River of Time, causing the speed of time to rise. This way, one day in the outside world could be 10 days to half a month inside the tributary of the River of Time. Using this time, he could gain a lot of precious time. Next, he could set up an Immortal Goo formation self-cleansing in the Blessed Land, letting Fan Yuan stay inside and remove the down marks that were harmful to him. This was a plan that Fan Yuan would only use when he had no other choice. Because it had a huge disadvantage. After placing the aperture, the location would be fixed. It would be dangerous for Feng Jioga and the rest to chase after him. Did Feng Jioga have any methods to enter Blessed Lands? Very likely. Even if Feng Jioga did not have them, he had Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court behind him. They would not allow him to have such a shortcoming. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the River of Time in the Immortal Aperture would change. Therefore, this change could not be modified in a short period of time. For example, if Fan Yuan made He Lolan's Immortal Aperture's time flow increase, he would not be able to repair the tributary of the River of Time for at least the next few months. In He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days as years, years as months, or other killer moves, as long as they slowed or accelerated the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, they would have this drawback. Because these killer moves could only be used once and were effective for a long time. Within a certain period of time, continuously affecting the tributary of the river of time would cause the time path down marks to become chaotic, and the tributary of the river of time would experience a disaster. Fan Yuan already knew the duration of each Gu Immortal's calamity and tribulation. He calculated and found that if he used this method, someone would have to face the test of the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. That would be difficult. One had to know that Providence had always been thinking of ways to kill Fan Yuan. Even though Fan Yuan chose someone else's immortal aperture, Providence knew everything. No matter who it was, they had a close relationship with Fan Yuan. During the tribulation, Providence would definitely erupt with extreme power to kill the Gu Immortal undergoing the tribulation. Fan Yuan and the rest could work together to pass the calamity and tribulation. But don't forget about the Celestial Court's pursuers. After calculating the time and speed, the method of placing the formation in the aperture could not help Fan Yuan get rid of the investigative killer move in one go. That way, Fan Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Fan Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Fan Yuan had another worry. Last time, only Feng Zhouge came. Who knows how many Celestial Court Gu Immortals will come next time? Thus, Fan Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give Celestial Court's Gu Immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge, Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region. Fan Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel. It was not easy to find a chance to kill Fan Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest. Normally, when Fan Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, when will your immortal Gu formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time, Bai Ningbing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Fan Yuan did not need to look around. He could feel that the other Gu Immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more, Fan Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all. She felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that immortal Gu formation? Set up another one and lure the Celestial Court's pursuers over. We can surround and kill them, Bai Ningbing suggested. Fan Yuan shook his head. You think this immortal Gu formation is so easy to set up? You need a tributary of the river of time. The immortal Gu formation that trapped Feng Zhouge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because using years flow like water, immortal Gu could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the river of time. Thus, He Fan's immortal Gu formation was set up on the tributary of the river of time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the Gu Immortal is busy, they can detonate this immortal Gu formation and destroy the entire tributary of the river of time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the immortal aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort, at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the river of time is destroyed, the entire immortal aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the river of time. An external tributary of the river of time was needed. I feel the same way as you. The feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? Humph. Bai Ningbing did not speak. All right, let's move. This place is no longer safe, Fan Yuan said as Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. High up in the sky, a red cloud descended, carrying dancer Hongyun. Her face was covered in a veil. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fan Yuan and the rest who were on the sand dune. Lady Cui, who are these people? Why are you mingling with them? Dancer Hongyun was the first to speak up. The Lady Chui she was referring to was naturally Fairy Chui Bo. Hongyun? Ing Wu Xia was surprised for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked, "Why are you here?" The red cloud's descent slowed down. Dancer Hongyun started to inspect Fairy Chui Bo. Ing Wu Xia's situation was that his soul had possessed Fairy Chui Bo's body. This would often leave a flaw. After all, the soul would not be compatible with the new body. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, Dancer Hongyun would be able to tell. But now, she was facing Ing Wu Xia. Who was Ing Wu Xia? He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul foundation was many times deeper than Fan Yuan's. Spectral Soul's path was soul path. Many of his split souls had different identities. They were spread all over the 5 regions, creating their own forces without any flaws. Ing Wu Xia naturally had a way to cover up the flaws in his possession. As expected, even after using some investigative methods, Dancer Hongyun could not find anything wrong with Fairy Chui Bo. Her expression softened. "Something happened to you. Your life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were acting up. I came to help you. To think that you are in good condition, we were worried for nothing." Next, Dancer Hongyun asked again, "Who are they?" They look familiar." Dancer Hongyun's gaze landed on Fan Yuan's face. Then, her expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. "Lu Guanyi!" Dancer Hongyun was backed by 1,000 Transformations ancestor. She had much more information than ordinary Gu immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals would know about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This time, Dancer Hongyun appeared very suddenly. Fan Yuan did not have time to change his appearance. "It is me, how should I address you?" Even though his identity was exposed, Fan Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke in a cold tone. Dancer Hongyun didn't answer right away. Instead, she rode on her red cloud and moved back a bit. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a solemn expression. She felt some pressure in her heart. This was an existence that could fight rank 8. Not long ago, he was famous in the world. He fought with Feng Jioga. "Thankfully, I have husband's will and rank 8 immortal Gu with me, otherwise." Dancer Hongyun rejoiced internally. Her eyes rolled as she said to Fairy Chui Bo, "Mistress Chui, husband and I miss you so much, but you are with a foreign Gu immortal, and even worse, you did not even reply to our letters." Dancer Hongyun had her own intentions. She was trying to sow discord between Fairy Chui Bo and 1,000 Transformations ancestor. 1,000 Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Chui Bo a lot. Dancer Hongyun was jealous. She would not let go of this chance to make things difficult for Fairy Chui Bo. She said this to Ing Wu Xia, but it was also directed at 1,000 Transformations will. Fan Yuan's gaze turned dark. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other. Dancer Hongyun's words showed that she did not care about the great Lu Guanyi at all. She definitely had something to rely on. It was not just her battle strength. Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan understood this, while Ing Wu Xia, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin did not think of this. "All right, tell me about your encounter, Lady Chui. I am very curious." At this time, 1,000 Transformations ancestors will appeared from Dancer Hongyun's body. He had a trump card after all. Ing Wu Xia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here. Let's see how Ing Wu Xia can get away with it. Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ningbing and the rest were nervous. Even though Ing Wu Xia grew quickly, he was still young. His acting skills could not compare to Fan Yuan. It was difficult for him to not expose himself under 1,000 Transformations ancestors' will. Chapter 14:27. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Chui Bo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals seemed to be familiar with her. They recognized her as 1,000 Transformations ancestors' concubine. Even though Fairy Chui Bo mentioned 1,000 Transformations ancestors' name, the celestial quartz goo immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Chui Bo was hit by the celestial quartz goo immortal's killer move. Most of her goo worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guan Yi and the rest. It turned out that the celestial quartz goo immortals were chasing after Lu Guan Yi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend. Lu Guan Yi and the rest saved Fairy Chui Bo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the celestial quartz pursuit. But because they were hit by the celestial quartz investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, they could not escape separately, they would be attacked separately by their enemies. Ing Wu Xie described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Fan Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Chui Bo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul, Fan Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Ing Wu Xie's narration was half true and half false. Fan Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Jioge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic, there were very few edits. The story had no flaws, because Fan Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Chui Bo's immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will ask Ing Wu Xie to show his immortal goo, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Chui Bo's goo worms contained her will, Ing Wu Xie could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Chui Bo was captured by Bai Ningbing, she self-detonated all her goo worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy. Therefore, Fan Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yun looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Chui Bo. She didn't expect Fairy Chui Bo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others were also very surprised. Because Ing Wu Xie's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless and naturally, it made people believe in him. Since when did Ing Wu Xie have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Fan Yuan was not surprised by Ing Wu Xie's outstanding performance. Because he had already lent Attitude Immortal Goo to Ing Wu Xie. With the help of such a rank 8 Immortal Goo, Ing Wu Xie's performance was flawless. Especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 Goo Immortal and a rank 8 Will. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now, Ing Wu Xie had to deceive these two. It was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Hong Yun or Thousand Transformations' will. They did not doubt Ing Wu Xie's words. Fan Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations, Fairy Hong Yun, it is true that the celestial quartz goo immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Chui Bo, this is the truth, right? His tone was plain and his face was expressionless. He acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. Fan Yuan did not have Attitude Immortal Goo, but his acting skills were already very good. He was very familiar with this performance. He was the culprit who harmed Fairy Chui Bo, but now, he was acting as her savior. He was so shameless, but Fan Yuan acted very naturally. Thousand Transformations' will was silent. Even though Fan Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, with Lu Guanyi's name, he could speak to Thousand Transformations' will as equals. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, Fan Yuan might not have the qualifications to do so. But Thousand Transformations' will and Thousand Transformations' ancestor's main body were two completely different concepts. After thinking for a while, Thousand Transformations' will broke the silence and said, How do you want me to thank you? Fan Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and extremely handsome. For a moment, even Dancer Hong Yun's eyes were fixed on him. I don't need a reward, but I have a suggestion, Fan Yuan said. What suggestion? Alliance. Fan Yuan said 2 words. Alliance. Thousand Transformations' will was silent again. Fan Yuan continued to persuade at this time. Thousand transformations ancestor, you inherited reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance. You are a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's attitude towards you can be seen from how they tried to kill Fairy Chui Bo. Because of the battle in Reverse Flow River, I was pursued by Celestial Court and escaped here. We have a common enemy, that is Celestial Court. We are helping each other, we are helping ourselves. Isn't that right? I have excellent time path methods in my hands. I can slow down the flow of time in Lord Thousand Transformations' immortal aperture, and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. Furthermore, I have the luck path true inheritance. Ma Hongyan died in my hands. He had a portion of the all-living being's luck true inheritance. I know all about it now. This is Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance. Husband. Dancer Hongyan was moved by Fan Yuan's glib words. Lord Husband, I think we can form an alliance. Ing Wu Xia also spoke, trying to increase Thousand Transformations Will's confidence. However, in the end, when Thousand Transformations Will spoke again, he said this. An alliance is possible. But the degree of cooperation needs to be done step by step. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the Celestial Court Gu immortals around you. This is wishful thinking. How could I not know about it? Both of us can cooperate at a superficial level first before deepening it further. If the cooperation is good, I can help you resist the Celestial Court Gu immortals. If the cooperation is not satisfactory and I see that you lack sincerity, I will naturally try to cooperate with you. Thousand Transformations ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He could not be deceived so easily. He was old and experienced. Not only did he see through Fan Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the Celestial Court's pressure to squeeze Fan Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Fan Yuan smiled. Sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Chui Bo, that is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Fan Yuan avoided the topic of Celestial Court Gu immortals chasing after them. He directly attacked Thousand Transformations Will. Thousand Transformations Will thought about it. We can cooperate first, like making a transaction. I will try to satisfy your needs. Chapter 1428. Transaction? Fan Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations Will's intention. Thousand Transformations ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and after all these years, he had the foundation to transact with Fan Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Fan Yuan, he would have to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Fan Yuan and the rest at this time? But Fan Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's true inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the luck path true inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations Will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations ancestor did not want to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed, and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations ancestor wanted to transact with Fan Yuan, using a different method of cooperation. This way, he would help Fan Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Fan Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Chui Bo, he would also be forming good karma with Fan Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help Thousand Transformations ancestors' friends and family in the future? Secondly, by forming such a relationship with Fan Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Fan Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only Thousand Transformations Will here, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Fan Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I need a formation path immortal goo now, do you have any? In fact, Fan Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. 1,000 transformations Will smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a goo immortal true inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh? Red Cloud, take out your harvest and let Lu Guanyi choose. The will of 1,000 transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Jin Yuanzi's array Dao true inheritance. Formation path immortal goo were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yun naturally should not go against the will of 1,000 transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Fan Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare. Because this was the embryonic form of an immortal goo house. Immortal goo houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal goo formations. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, seeing this. He had a feeling that something good was going to happen. As expected, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Fan Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually had formation flag immortal goo. Rank 7 immortal goo formation flag. Wasn't this one of the immortal goo Fan Yuan needed urgently? Amazing. With this goo, I don't need to negotiate with the land spirit of Langia. I don't need formation plate immortal goo. The self-cleansing immortal goo formation is very convenient to use. In time, I will be able to get rid of all the investigative killer moves on me. At this moment, Fan Yuan saw the light of hope. But on the surface, he was still very calm. He only showed a trace of joy. He looked at 1,000 transformations Will, saying, This incomplete immortal formation is really good. To speak the truth, I need such a goo formation to defend against the pursuit of celestial quartz goo immortals, and provide a safe environment to rest in. I am willing to pay a large amount of immortal materials to exchange for this incomplete immortal formation. What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi actually has such a huge appetite, he wants to take the entire immortal goo formation? Next, Fan Yuan thought about it, and gave a list of immortal materials for 1,000 transformations ancestor to look at. Lord 1,000 transformations, the immortal materials on my list are too few. But I have no choice, I can only take out so many, and I really need this incomplete immortal formation. If this transaction is successful, I will remember this friendship and will not dare to forget it. If you face any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you. Fan Yuan said sincerely. Dancer Hong Yun also looked at the list. She was about to explode from anger. She looked at Fan Yuan with clear hostility. She was very unhappy internally. This Lu Guanyi is really shameless. He actually dares to say such shameless words. However, after the will of 1,000 transformations thought for a moment, it straightforwardly agreed. All right. I will take the immortal materials, you can have this incomplete goo formation. We don't owe each other anything. You saved Fairy Tsuibwa, so I'll make a deal with you. This is fate. Pausing for a moment, 1,000 transformations will continued. Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Let us form a good relationship. This is my information path goo worm. If you have any transactions in the future, you can contact me directly. Goodbye. Lord 1,000 transformations magnanimity is truly admirable. This is my information path goo worm, please accept it, Lord 1,000 transformations. Fan Yuan changed his tone. Not only did he use the honorific title, his expression became more sincere as he handed over his information path goo worm. Concubine Shui, let's go. 1,000 transformations Will said. Ing Wuxia looked at Fan Yuan deeply before smiling at the others. Thank you for taking care of me these last few days. See you again. Both sides said goodbye. Fairy Chuibo rode on dancing red cloud. Soon they were far away. Only when Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fan Yuan's vision did he retract his gaze, intense battle and tense surging in his eyes. Ing Wu Xie has already sent the information back. They are going back the same way. Their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. Come, let's carry out the plan, Fan Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Only He Lulan, Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin were left behind. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A dazzling light flashed. At the next moment, Fan Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fan Yuan started to set up the formation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit assisted him. He Lulan patrolled the surroundings, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she left Fan Yuan and the rest's vision. She was going to find Dancer Hong Yun and the rest. Dancer Hong Yun was going back the same way. Fan Yuan and the rest used omnidirectional travel. They were already ahead of them. An immortal goo formation that originated from Zishan Makoto's inheritance was quickly set up. Fan Yuan's movements were familiar, while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated well with Fan Yuan. They had already practiced this immortal goo formation many times. Ing Wu Xie could not be given up. Not only because she had powerful battle strength and could use the powerful killer move Lead Soul into Dream, it was also because of Sixth Hair. If Ing Wu Xie died, Sixth Hair might not cooperate so closely with Fan Yuan. He might even think that Fan Yuan was the one who harmed Ing Wu Xie. He might disregard his own safety and do something crazy like dying together with him. Fan Yuan, however, needed Sixth Hair and the rest to refine goo for him. There was another point, that was the human heart. Fan Yuan could give up on Ing Wu Xie today. He would definitely give up on Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin and the rest in the future. These goo immortals might not show any abnormalities on the surface, but they would definitely have misgivings and suspicions in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lulan. Fan Yuan did not have a high degree of control over them. He would use omnidirectional travel to ambush Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation and exterminating them. This was the battle plan. Of course, this plan was based on Ing Wu Xie successfully gaining Thousand Transformations' ancestors' trust. Other than this plan, Fan Yuan and the rest thought of many other plans to deal with all sorts of situations. The more prepared they were, the higher their chances of victory. Be it Fan Yuan, He Lulan, or Ing Wu Xie, they would not fight unprepared battles. However, just as Fan Yuan was about to set up 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ningbing sent a message. No need to set it up, Ing Wu Xie has succeeded. Fan Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation and rushed to Bai Ningbing's side. Over there, in the sky, they saw a dream realm floating in the air. Ha ha, Ing Wu Xie did well this time. Bai Ningbing laughed. He took down Thousand Transformations Will and the rank 7 goo immortal, Dancer Hong Yun, without any bloodshed. Amazing, amazing! Fan Yuan also smiled. This was a scheme. It had been planned and prepared beforehand. Regardless of who was on Thousand Transformations' ancestors' side, as long as they gained their trust, they could plot against them. A plot method was not Lead Soul into Dream. This killer move's aura could not be concealed. Once it was activated, it would be discovered immediately. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were the best plotting tools. Back then, Fan Yuan used this immortal body to force Southern Borders clan's immortal goo house to escape. One move to dominate the entire world. Even the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower did not dare to enter the dream realm. While everyone was researching Dream Path and was still in the initial stages, using Dream Path to deal with others could be said to be extremely successful. Because this was standing at the forefront of an era, it had a huge advantage. Even Thousand Transformations' ancestor would fall for it, not to mention this time, it was only his will that came. Rewind time to about 2 hours ago. On Dancing Red Cloud, Fairy Chui Bo suddenly laughed. It seems that concubine Chui obtained some benefits, otherwise she would not be laughing so happily. Thousand Transformations Will said. Lord Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal goo this time, my gains were huge. Lord Husband, Hong Yun, look at this. Ing Wu Xie took out a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This is Dream Path? Thousand Transformations Will was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this from? That celestial court chased after Lu Guanyi and the rest. Their main objective was this immortal body. I got it by chance. Lu Guanyi and the rest were kept in the dark. Ing Wu Xie then acted coquettishly. Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution, how are you going to reward me? Dancer Hong Yun cursed internally. Slut! Thousand Transformations Will laughed. I should reward you properly. Boom! At the next moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Dancer Hong Yun and the rest were instantly swallowed by the dream realm. They did not fly out again. Chapter 1429. Alright, saving Wu Xie first. Hey Lulan, it's up to you now. Fan Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Hey Lulan nodded. Her soul flew out and entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Her physical body floated in the air, her eyes closed and motionless. Soon, another pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the dream realm. After a while, Ing Wu Xie was dragged out. Ing Wu Xie was still in the dream, he had not woken up yet. When the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Ing Wu Xie was at the center. The impact of the dream realm's explosion was also the strongest. Therefore, at this moment, although her physical body had left the dream, the soul in her physical body had fallen into a dream. It was like she was hit by lead soul into dream, similar to He Lulan's dream path calamity. At this time, Fan Yuan's unraveled dream killer move could be used. He could not use it earlier because this dream realm trapped Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun. If he unraveled the dream realm, these two would be released. Without the dream realm, they would wake up quickly. If he unraveled a portion of the dream realm, Fan Yuan would not be able to control it. All in all, this was a very risky matter. Fan Yuan had the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, he could use this better method. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Old Man Inkstone, they had dream path down marks. Old Man Inkstone wanted to create the 11 extreme physiques, he succeeded mostly, but not completely. Because the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had a huge weakness, they had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, they would self-detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had their unique advantage. The greatest advantage was that this body could enter and exit dream realms. It could protect the soul and prevent it from being corrupted by the dream realms. Back then, during the dream realm battle, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest had hidden in the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They entered the dream realms to avoid the danger. Once the storm was over, they would all come out safely. This scene was witnessed by Fan Yuan at that time, and he had a deep impression of it. Now, Fan Yuan was merely reenacting this scene. After using dream dispelling, Ing Wu Xie woke up, but his soul had suffered a great deal of damage. Fan Yuan used the guts goo to heal all the injuries to his soul, allowing him to return to his peak condition. What happened next was the key. If it worked well, not only could Fan Yuan capture Dancer Hong Yun, he could even snatch that rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun, Thousand Transformations Will, rank 8 immortal goo. Among these three, Dancer Hong Yun was the easiest to deal with. She was only a rank 7 goo immortal. Now that she was dragged out, she was likely in the same state as Ing Wu Xie, trapped in a dream realm. At this time, Ing Wu Xie added another lead soul into dreams, and that would be quite safe. Dancer Hong Yun was like a fish on the chopping board, nothing to worry about. He had to worry about Thousand Transformations Will and that rank 8 immortal goo. Wills would be worn down in dream realms. But different from souls, the reason wills were worn down was because they were thinking in dream realms. Any will, as long as they were thinking, they would be worn down. The more intensely they thought, the faster they would be worn down. However, the moment the consciousness left the dream, it would immediately recover, unlike a soul. Thus, if Thousand Transformations was not worn down completely, and was dragged out of the dream realm by He Lulan, he would definitely activate the rank 8 immortal goo and attack Fang Yuan and the rest immediately. By then, Fang Yuan and the rest would face the rank 8 immortal goo's attack. And more terrifyingly, this rank 8 immortal goo was unknown to Fang Yuan and the rest. They could not defend against it. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Thus, they had to wait until Thousand Transformations was worn down before they dragged Dancer Hongyun out. That would be the best. However, if they wanted to use immortal killer moves of other paths in the dream realm would not be affected. Even if He Lulan found Dancer Hongyun, who was in the dream realm, she could not use her methods to check if Thousand Transformations was gone or not. On the other hand, Lead Soul into Dream had no effect on Thousand Transformations will. Because Thousand Transformations was only a will, Lead Soul into Dream's target had to have a soul. Thus, the crucial factor of this plan was time. After 3 to 5 years, Thousand Transformations would be completely worn down by the dream realm. But with that time, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would have already found them. For Fang Yuan and the rest, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even 3 to 2 days would be dangerous. Because Fang Yuan and the rest were being chased, Providence had been paying attention to them, trying to trap them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for Fang Yuan and the rest. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was his limit. After a day, He Lulan would drag Dancer Hongyun out of the dream realm. She would investigate and see if Thousand Transformations was still around. This was a risk. Thus, by then, Fang Yuan and the rest would hide far away. Only He Lulan would be left. If they succeeded, Fang Yuan would gain another rank 8 immortal goo. The risk would be borne by others, while the benefits would be his. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to do this. The only worry is that Celestial Court or Thousand Transformations will find us during this period of time. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jioga is here, he is approaching. Fairy Miao Yin warned. He actually escaped from the River of Time? Lady White Rabbit exclaimed softly. At this moment of all times. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. If I had known this, I would have set up that immortal goo formation earlier and made Feng Jioga suffer. Forget it. Fang Yuan made a decision. Feng Jioga has Celestial Court behind him. It is not impossible for him to escape from the River of Time. Let's retreat immediately and stay here. Anyway, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes personally, he can't do anything to this dream realm. Ancient Battle Formation Omnidirectional Travel. The Immortals followed Fang Yuan's lead. They teleported out and retreated. Very decisive. Feng Jioga came here. Seeing that no one was around, he smiled and praised. Next, his gaze focused on the dream realm. This is a dream realm? Even without his report, his current situation was already observed by Fairy Myrtle from Celestial Court. Why would there be a dream realm here? What is the reason? It is not simple, we need to investigate further. While thinking, Fairy Myrtle transmitted to Feng Jioga, informing him of Fang Yuan and the rest's current location. Feng Jioga chased after them. His speed was unimaginable. Fang Yuan and the rest soon felt pressure. After they used omnidirectional travel, not long after, Feng Jioga chased after them again. Feng Jioga is getting faster. What immortal killer move is he using? With Celestial Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Jioga, are there any other helpers? After chasing for half a day, on a desert, Fang Yuan and the rest were frowning deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used casually, because it expended the Gu Immortals' own Dao marks. If they continued to run like this, even without Feng Jioga's help, their own battle strength would fall by a lot. But fighting against Feng Jioga was very risky. Ignoring Feng Jioga's own battle strength, the crucial thing was, other than him, were there others? If there was another rank 8 Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Jioga is only rank 7, Celestial Court's rank 8 cannot enter his immortal aperture. And Celestial Court's rank 8 phantom aperture cannot contain living beings. Moreover, we have moved so much, even if there are people following behind Feng Jioge, they will be left far behind. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Fan Yuan nodded. I have the same thought, let's wait for him here. If we do not force him back, he will catch up sooner or later. Bai Ningbing was dazed for a moment, before looking around. She understood Fan Yuan very well, since Fan Yuan wanted to deal with Feng Jioge and did not have enough time to set up an immortal goo formation. The location he chose had to be particular. However, before Bai Ningbing could figure out what was going on, the melodious sound of a zither rang out. Next, ripples of light formed into a golden gatehouse. From the gatehouse, Feng Jioge stepped out, appearing in front of Fan Yuan and the rest again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Jioge smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lulan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit had grim expressions. The shadow of a person, the bark of a tree. Chapter 1430. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go divided by small? TalkNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Jioge wore a red and white robe. He was handsome and elegant. He looked at the Shadow Sector mortals with a warm smile. He looked even more elegant. Love Go small. TalkNet could he had no battle intent or killing intent, but the Shadow Sector mortals felt immense pressure. Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan walked out of the crowd, muttering. He had an outstanding bearing. His white robe was like snow, his face was like jade, his eyes were like paint, they were unfathomable. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she thought. In this current world, the two most outstanding people below rank 8 are finally going to fight today. Speaking of which, even though Fan Yuan and Feng Jioge had not interacted for a long time, their fate had lasted for a long time. A few years ago, after Fan Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and seized Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter, he had entered Feng Jioge's vision. But at that time, Feng Jioge was a high and mighty rank 7 Gu immortal. He had been famous for a long time, he was a peak character. And Fan Yuan was just a mortal, he was like an ant, even if he was a little outstanding, that was all. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Fan Yuan would not only become a Gu immortal, he would also become the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, participate in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the Battle of Dream Realm. Right now, he was in the limelight, his name was on the wanted list of the Celestial Court, his reputation was already on par with Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan had saved Feng Jioge, Feng Jioge had also saved Fan Yuan, all their grudges had been settled. Now, the two of them would engage in a true contest of strength with the purest identity of the faction. Feng Jioge, you've traveled a great distance to hunt us down. Don't you know that you've placed your life in my hands too? Fan Yuan let out a hollow laugh as his figure sprang forward at lightning speed toward Feng Jioge. As he spoke, immortal clothes and ribbons appeared on his body, and his black hair fluttered while lightning shot out from his eyes. He attacked ferociously and drew the curtains to this intense battle. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Feng Jioge narrowed his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of this famous killer move. He had more or less guessed that the Countercurrent Protection Seal was probably more complicated and difficult to activate. It also needed a longer time to prepare. If he launched a sneak attack and did not give Fan Yuan the opportunity to activate this move, he would definitely have the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, Fan Yuan never gave Feng Jioge such a chance. Love goes small say Netku. Moreover, the Shadow Sector mortals' investigative killer moves were very outstanding. Feng Jioge could not find any chance to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that Fan Yuan was charging at him, Feng Jioge's smile widened. He said to himself, I could move here directly because I used my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pastun. And most importantly, I have not finished playing Yang Pastun yet. As he said that, his whole body burst out with golden light. The golden light did not have any offensive power, but it disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's whole body vanished on the spot. What? Almost at the next moment, Fan Yuan heard the intense sound of a zither being played. The sound suddenly became louder before weakening, like the person playing the zither had flown past his ears. Fan Yuan's mind shook as he suddenly recalled. This was Feng Jioge's movement method. It had once been very useful in the Five Regions' chaotic war. It allowed Feng Jioge to turn into a formless sound that spread outwards, before condensing back into his original form. Sound Dao was actually not mainstream, and this move was even more out of the ordinary. Ordinary methods were basically unable to stop Feng Jioge's shift. Be careful! He Lulan warned. They heard the zither's sound as well. They retreated subconsciously. But their speed could not match Yang Pastun. They did not know Feng Jioge's exact location. They could only choose to retreat randomly. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard the sound of a zither explode in her ears. Feng Jioge's figure condensed. He was right next to her. Clang! Feng Jioge had a strange look in his eyes as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit from afar, creating a loud sound that sounded like weapons clashing. Lady White Rabbit screamed in fear. At that instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She quickly retreated. The sharp sound wave hit her chest. At the next moment, blood-splattered black fog surged out of Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She stood on a lizard as she flew into the sky. Love goes small say net Lady White Rabbit, who had rank 6 cultivation level, was not Feng Jioge's match. But at the crucial moment, her other identity, Black Tigress, appeared and saved her life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly left and tried to heal herself. Feng Jioge did not chase her. He knew that his sneak attack had failed. He had lost the initiative. Everyone was wary of him. He would not be as effective as the first attack. Most importantly, Feng Jioge frowned slightly, looking at the vast desert below him. This is Anti-Sound Desert, your burial ground! Saying so, Fan Yuan pounced again. So that's it! Feng Jioge realized at once. At the next moment, he dissipated into sound waves. Yang Pastun succeeded again. Fan Yuan missed. However, Feng Jioge, who appeared not far away, had an ugly expression. The smile at the corner of his mouth had already faded a lot, and his gaze was even more solemn. Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert, it was a place as famous as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world, to Sound Path Gu immortals. They were both forbidden lands. Because in these two places, Sound Path Dao marks were greatly suppressed, any Sound Path killer move's power would be greatly suppressed. Earlier, Feng Jioge wanted to move behind Lady White Rabbit and kill her. But in the end, he was exposed 100 steps away from Lady White Rabbit. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape the fatal attack. Anti-Sound Desert, back then, this special land was stolen by thieving heaven demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here, how did Fan Yuan know? I almost forgot, he is the new leader of Shadow Sect, it is normal for him to know some secrets. Feng Jioge guessed. His second guess was wrong, Shadow Sect did not know about this place either. Fan Yuan knew about it because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the Five Regions' chaotic war, this place was exposed. Now, it was being used by him. Feng Jioge's expression suddenly changed. He looked at his arm in shock. Unknowingly, a layer of frost had formed on his arm and even his back. Is that the Dragon Lady, Bai Ningbing? Feng Jioge looked at Bai Ningbing in the distance with a look of admiration in his eyes. Immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. This was Bai Ningbing's killer move. Even though Feng Jioge moved quickly, Cold Eyes could be activated even faster. As long as he was within Bai Ningbing's vision, he could reach her at almost the same time. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and touched the frost. Immediately, a melodious bell sound could be heard as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her dragon eyes shined with a cold light. This is a little troublesome. Feng Jioge frowned slightly. He used Yang Pastun again and vanished on the spot. But at the next moment, when he appeared, not only did he have to face Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he even summoned Fairy Miao Yin's Curved Moon. Immortal killer move, Curved Moon. 2 crescent moons appeared in Fairy Miao Yin's eyes. Like cold eyes, This was a visual attack technique. It was activated extremely quickly. Feng Jioge was hit. His body shook slightly. Fairy Miaoyin was moved. She was confident in the power of curved moon, but when it hit Feng Jioge, it only shook his body slightly. Feng Jioge had a deep foundation in defense. Back then, even when facing Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, he could resist it for so long. It was not a big deal to forcefully take a curved moon killer move. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, there was the sound of birds chirping. A flock of little flaming birds surrounded Feng Jioge. Bam, 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 bam. At the next moment, the fire bird self-detonated. The explosions continued for a long time, but soon disappeared. Because this was the battlefield of the anti-sound desert. The explosion engulfed Feng Jioge. Scorching flames gushed out in all directions along with surging airwaves. At once, the faces of Fan Yuan and the rest were covered in a layer of fire. The temperature in the air rose sharply. He Lulan stood far away, her eyes shining with intense battle intent. This was the immortal killer move she activated, Angry Bird. Far away, Feng Jioge appeared again. He was unscathed. The self-detonation of the angry birds did not affect him. Fan Yuan pounced. The other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Jioge smiled silently. You've been dodging for long enough, take this. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. At once, Heaven and Earth sang. The song entered the immortals' ears, their bodies shook, they felt like the whole world had suddenly become vast. While they themselves became smaller and smaller, they became ants or dust particles. The feeling of being small and insignificant appeared in their hearts. Compared to the whole world, they were insignificant. What were they? This was the power of Heaven and Earth Song. Not only did it affect the Gu immortals, even their immortal killer moves were affected. Suppressed by Heaven and Earth Song, they became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths of time, they vanished into thin air. This move was one of Feng Jioge's signature killer moves. Back then in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing's side had suffered from this move. Now, it was time for Fan Yuan and the rest to taste it. He Lulan and the rest naturally did not feel good, but Fan Yuan still charged forward. Reverse flow protection seal did not move. Only some ripples appeared on its surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of the power of Heaven and Earth Song onto Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge tasted his own killer move for the first time. Looking at Fan Yuan charging towards him, he frowned deeply. He had no choice but to use Yang Pass Tune to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal made Celestial Quartz Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Zishan Makoto helpless. Even Wu Yong was helpless, not to mention him, Feng Jioge? Feng Jioge felt a headache when he saw Fan Yuan. He finally understood how Wu Yong felt back then. Let go of Fan Yuan, let's get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Jioge did not want to waste time with Fan Yuan, he targeted the others. Chapter 1431. Feng Jioge had the support of the Celestial Court. He did not lack information. He had a deep understanding of the Shadow Sect immortals. Other than Fan Yuan, there were also Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ing Wu Xie Black Tigress, and Fairy Miaoying. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady. Her attacks were the most ferocious. She was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lulan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even though she was a female, she had a heroic aura. Her attacks were covered in flames. She had incredible power. She had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Ing Wu Xia was currently using Fairy Cui Bo's body. He wore a green dress and had seductive eyes. His methods were concealed. This was a new face to Feng Jioge. He was suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze. Her injuries were already healed. She moved quickly and cultivated dark path. Like an assassin, she moved around the periphery. Her eyes fixed on Feng Jioge, waiting for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miaoyin, she had already used her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She had 6 arms and a pair of crescent moons in her eyes. She cultivated sound path like Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge Fan Yuan's attacks. He was also assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Fan Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was too invincible, but there were pros and cons. If Fan Yuan wanted to maintain this killer move, he would not be able to use other immortal killer moves. Fan Yuan had weak offense but strong defense. If Feng Jioge wanted to defeat Shadow Sect, he had to find someone else. This was the best strategy to avoid the enemy's weakness. But who would Feng Jioge find? This question lingered in the minds of Fan Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge was not stupid enough to fight to the death with Fan Yuan. By the same logic, Fan Yuan and the rest had already expected Feng Jioge's tactic. This was very obvious. The countercurrent protection seal was too powerful, and the Celestial Court could not come up with a way to break it in a short period of time. It was very difficult to decipher killer moves. However, restraining and mitigating methods were much easier to achieve. However, Reverse Flow River was a rank 9 immortal goo. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu. How could such an existence be easily countered or weakened? Therefore, only when the Celestial Court figured out a way to crack the seal would they be able to do something about it. Before this, even Duke Long couldn't do anything about it. Among everyone, He Lulan has the lowest cultivation level. She is rank 6. Will Feng Jioge deal with her? It's impossible to deal with Fan Yuan, but it's possible to deal with Fairy Miao Yin. After all, both of them cultivate the Sound Dao. With Feng Jioge's strong attainments, it would be easier for him to deal with Fairy Miao Yin's methods. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. If he pursues her now, it is possible that he will attack Black Tigress. What about Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Jioge will have a huge advantage in this battle. It is possible for Ying Wuxia as well. She is using Fairy Cui Bo's body. Feng Jioge is the least familiar with her. He will try to probe her. All sorts of analysis and guesses appeared in Fan Yuan and the rest's minds. If they could guess Feng Jioge's thoughts, they would be able to deal with him more easily in the following battles. They might even gain the initiative. Who would Feng Jioge target? At the next moment, the answer was revealed. Feng Jioge leaped. Activating Yang Pastun, he moved to the center of the battlefield. Next, this immortal killer move Yang Pastun did not dissipate. Its aura changed. Feng Jioge let out a long whistle. How about listening to my Jasper song? This was his signature method. The immortals heard this and retreated. Only Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He charged forward bravely. Feng Jioge, you finally used some methods. Ding ding dong dong, the song resounded. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Fan Yuan ignored it. He got close to Feng Jioge. He wanted to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to return a portion of Green Jade Song's power, to let Feng Jioge have a taste of it. But to think that Feng Jioge's Green Jade Song killer move's power was completely concealed. Fan Yuan was unobstructed along the way. He did not reflect any damage at all. While the immortals were shocked, a blurry figure flew out of Feng Jioge's body. This figure looked like Feng Jioge, but it was jade green, as if it was made of jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Song Warrior! Fan Yuan's heart sank. He thought of a certain piece of information from his previous life. This was one of Feng Jioge's powerful methods. It allowed the 9 songs he created to condense into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge's original 9 songs were extremely powerful. But they had flaws. He could only use one move at a time. They were not flexible enough and could only last for a short time. After many battles, Feng Jioge understood this flaw of his. He went into closed cultivation for a while. After coming out, he obtained the killer move Song Warrior. This way, he could turn the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies. They were extremely flexible and his battle strength rose again. During the 5 regions chaotic war, many enemies suffered greatly because of this. I didn't expect that the famous Song Warrior was actually a variation of the Yang Pastun. It is like the relationship between my Strength Path Giant Hand and Myriad Self. In my previous life, about 500 years later, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior, he did it so early this time? No, in my previous life, it was because the Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven and forcefully delayed the Great Era. Maybe Feng Jioge was also affected. Or maybe, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior in advance because of the Celestial Court's guidance. Countless thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He had countless guesses in an instant. The green jade Song Warrior did not face Fang Yuan. It charged at Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie's eyelids twitched. He quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. Feng Jioge used Yang Pastun again to move far away. After several times, when Fang Yuan charged at him again, he had already used his signature killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Good timing!" She clashed with the Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. Frost splattered everywhere. Oh no, this is not good. Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxie can't even take care of themselves. We can't pressure Feng Jioge at all. So Feng Jioge's target is not one of us, but all of us apart from Fang Yuan. After understanding Feng Jioge's tactic, the Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat. The battle was tilting towards Feng Jioge's side, but Fang Yuan and the rest were helpless. All in all, Fang Yuan's side was still weak in offense and strong in defense. And Feng Jioge had outstanding intelligence. He used the wisest tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had both advantages and disadvantages. If 9 songs were used, the song would be formless and formless. It would cover a huge area and have great power. It was hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warrior, it would condense into a lump. It could be targeted, dodged, and even use long-range attacks to continuously reduce the Song Warrior's power. But the current situation of Feng Jioge's battle was completely different from the previous 2 battles. Firstly, he did not need to face the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This immortal goo house was extremely fast. If he used Song Warrior, it would definitely be evaded. Secondly, Feng Jioge did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, Fang Yuan had not made sufficient preparations while chasing. He did not have time to set up an immortal goo formation. If he used Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them one by one, the Shadow Sect immortals would not be able to fend for themselves. They would not be able to form an encirclement. What kind of battle situation and what kind of tactic to use? This was a goo immortal who had experienced countless battles. Feng Jioge had no awareness. He was someone who had fought countless battles. He had rich battle experience. Adding on his shocking talent, this battle caused the Shadow Sect immortals to suffer greatly. After Green Jade Song and Heaven and Earth Song, it was Submission Song and Separation Song. The 4 Song Warriors fought at times. Sometimes they attacked together, causing the battlefield to fall into a chaotic battle. Bastard! Hei Lulan gritted her teeth as she retreated. She used Angry Bird to attack from afar, but once this move hit the Green Jade Song Warrior, the Fire Bird would turn into a Jade Bird and shatter on the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade. Bai Ningbing called out as she raised the huge ice blade in her hand, looking at the Submission Song Warrior. But at the crucial moment, Separation Song Warrior blocked this killer move. The huge ice blade disintegrated. Separation Song Warrior could separate everything, even an immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppressive power. Ing Wuxie and Fairy Miao Yin attacked it together, but they were evenly matched. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. Ever since Feng Jioge started cultivating, he had set his goal to create 9 songs, to express his understanding of fate, life, and heaven and earth. And now, he has already created Separation Song. According to my previous life's information, he has 7 songs. Among them, Green Jade, Heaven and Earth, Submission Song, and Separation Song were used to attack. Fang Yuan and the rest had already seen it. There were also 2 songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven. They were used for cultivation. This was not a problem. What worried Fang Yuan the most was the final song. That song is not easy to control. Once it fails, the backlash is almost fatal. However, if we give Feng Jioge the chance to successfully use that song, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Fang Yuan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He was weak in offense and strong in defense. Pressuring Fong Jioge was just wishful thinking. Fong Jioge had strong battle strength. He was skilled in controlling the 4 clones. Just from this, it could be seen that his enslavement path attainment was even higher than Fan Yuan's. After all, he had been a Gu immortal for many years. His foundation was deep. Fan Yuan's previous life's 500 years could not compare to him. And this is an anti-sound desert. Fong Jioge is suppressed. Of course, my fairy Miaoyin is the same. I need to take a risk. Otherwise, if I miss this chance, I might not even have the chance to take a risk. Fan Yuan made up his mind. At the next moment, he deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Fan Yuan instantly turned into an Ancient Sword Dragon. Next, he calmed his mind and breathed in deeply, activating another of his signature methods. Combination of Enslavement and Strength Path, Myriad Self. This was not simply using the foundation of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation to unleash Myriad Self, it was a combination move that involved the famous Immortal Killer move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Combination, Myriad Self, forming Myriad Dragons. Roar, 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 roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared, roaring in unison, sword chi spread out, silver scales were like a sea. This killer move, when it chased me, it destroyed my sex immortal Gu formation in Eastern Sea in one move. Ing Wu Xia's heart was shaken. Fan Yuan. Bai Ningbing called out softly, feeling a sense of reliability rising in her heart. Amazing. Even Fong Jioge was moved. At this moment, his vision was filled with sword dragons. The dragons were like the sea, drowning the 4 song warriors, including Fong Jioge. Chapter 1432. The down marks on Fan Yuan's body were already at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other down marks. Its power rose sharply, reaching the limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the 4 song warriors fiercely. Around the green jade song warrior, countless jade stone dragons fell, but he could not hold on for long before he was completely drowned. The heaven and earth song warrior's attacks were grand, each of his actions carried great pressure, but the dragons were too many. He was devoured by a sword dragon in the end. The submission song warrior lasted the longest. He actually managed to make some ancient sword dragon clones defect. But unfortunately, he could not stop the tide of the battle. The leaving song warrior separated from the ancient sword dragon clones and charged out, but ancient sword dragon clones were everywhere. He perished in the endless myriad dragon group. All along, Fan Yuan's myriad self-killer move relied on quantity. Quality was secondary. Especially against Gu immortal experts, it could not be used. As Fan Yuan's opponents got stronger, Myriad self-killer move was reduced to a method that used familiar face to help Fan Yuan escape. But, after Fan Yuan combined his moves and used Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation as the foundation to activate Myriad Self, the effect was raised to a whole new level. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation used Rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Scales Immortal Gu, and Rank 6 Dragon Strength Immortal Gu to recreate the physique of an ancient desolate beast. Ancient Sword Dragon clones could not be matched by a simple Myriad self-killer move. This was the strongest defensive method that Fan Yuan currently had. The Myriad Dragon devoured the 4 song warriors, before surrounding Fong Jioge. Fan Yuan did not hesitate. He mobilized the dragon group to attack Fong Jioge from all directions. Facing this move, Fong Jioge had a flash of praise in his eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. Boom! A huge drum sound shook heaven and earth. Like a clap of thunder, the 5 ancient sword dragon clones in front of him disintegrated. Almost at the same time, Fong Jioge's left hand formed a palm and slammed to the side. Clang! Amidst the melodious ringing of the bell, several ancient sword dragons came to a halt. Then, their bodies shook violently, and in a breath's time, they turned into nothingness. Fist drum. Gripping the bell. Fong Jioge's hands did not stop moving. His voice was surging as he used offense as defense, causing the flood dragons to be unable to approach him. Myriad Dragon Killer move could put most rank 7 Gu immortals in a life and death situation. But against Feng Jioge, it was not enough. Feng Jioge had accumulated a lot of sound path Dao marks. Even in the anti-sound desert, it was hard to conceal his brilliance. However, this scene caused a strange expression to appear on Fan Yuan's face. It's strange. Why is Feng Jioge not using Yang Pass Tune? In this situation, the entire song is already dead. Feng Jioge can totally use guerrilla warfare to avoid my attacks. This way, he will be more stable and will consume less immortal energy. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But if he uses fist drum and gripping the bell now, it is very unlikely that he is preparing a killer move. Moreover, he would not be preparing a killer move in such a dangerous place, right? If that is the case, it is likely to be the truth. It seems that the information from the 500 years of my previous life was not baseless. In Fan Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts collided and sparked with inspiration. At the next moment, he returned to his human form and gathered the Shadow Sect immortals. Let's retreat! The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel activated again. Feng Jioge showed a bitter smile. Seeing that Fan Yuan and the others had left, he did not chase them this time. It turned out that his movement killer move, Yang Pass Tune, was extremely outstanding and could even be transformed into a song warrior, but it had a flaw. That was the time limit. There was a fixed time limit for each activation of the Yang Pass Tune. Once the time limit was reached, Yang Pass Tune's effect would vanish instantly. Moreover, Feng Jioge had to wait 14 hours before he could activate it again. Thus, for Feng Jioge, this immortal killer move was extremely precious, and would not be used casually in normal battles. Because once he used this move, he would face the drawback of the time limit. If he could not end the battle within the time limit, Feng Jioge would not have any better movement method to escape the battle. In the battle with Wu Yong earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building speed was too fast. Even if Feng Jioge activated Yang Pass Tune, he could not escape. When he chased after Fan Yuan earlier, because of Fan Yuan's omnidirectional travel, Feng Jioge had to use Yang Pass Tune in order to catch up. When Fan Yuan activated Myriad Dragon, Yang Pass Tune's time limit was already up. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly in his heart as he used Drum Fist and Bell Palm to defend against Myriad Dragon killer move. As Fan Yuan and the rest retreated, Myriad Dragon also gradually dissipated. In the huge battlefield, only Feng Jioge was left. Feng Jioge was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before, as if the person who had just participated in the battle was not him. Fan Yuan successfully retreated, but Feng Jioge was not dejected. There was even a faint smile on his face. How can I end the battle with Fan Yuan in one go? I have to probe him many times and find out all of his trump cards before I can kill him. Moreover, before that, there is still the Celestial Court's mission to suppress Fan Yuan and destroy Red Lotus' true inheritance. Fan Yuan seems to understand me very well. Is it because he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive? That new female immortal is Fairy Chui Bo of Western Desert's Gu immortal world on the surface. But she uses soul path methods. It is very strange. The results of the probing were very good. Especially when it came to Ing Wu Xie. In the previous battle, because Fan Yuan had made arrangements and ample preparations, Feng Jioge did not find Fairy Chui Bo. But this time was different. Ing Wu Xie has lead soul into dream. This is the biggest threat. It might be in Fan Yuan's hands now, or it might still be in Ing Wu Xie's hands. In this battle, I did not see Ing Wu Xie, but Fairy Chui Bo. If I am not wrong, this Fairy Chui Bo is Thousand Transformations' ancestor's concubine. Why is she with Fan Yuan and the rest in such a short time? Is it because this Fairy Chui Bo is a member of Shadow Sect, or is she possessed by Ing Wu Xie? Even though Feng Jioge was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he had great intelligence. After some guesses, he was getting close to the truth. At another place, Feng Jioge did not chase after us after all. Fan Yuan looked at the sky. This retreat was a lot of probing, but Fan Yuan clearly found out the truth. Yang Pass Tune had a time limit after all. After knowing this, the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge is really strong, he lives up to his reputation. I can feel that he is still holding back, he did not use all his trump cards. All in all, this was a probing battle, we did not use our trump cards, right? The Gu immortals conversed. That was true. Be it Black Tigress' daughter Lick Killer Move, Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang, or Ing Wuxia's lead soul into Dream, they were not used. In this battle, both sides held back, but they also used many trump cards. For example, Feng Jioge's Yang Pastun, Song Warrior, and Fa Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer Move. In the next battle, these killer moves would definitely be countered. Even if they could not be countered, there would be defensive measures. A few days later, behind a certain ordinary sand dune, the desert wind blew up layers of sand and smoke. As the sun set, the sky was dyed red like blood. The sound of camel bells could be heard along with the wind. Far away, there was a caravan of mortal Gu masters. These people naturally could not discover Fan Yuan and the rest. At this moment, Fan Yuan's mind was inside his immortal aperture. An immortal Gu formation was already set up in mini central continent. Self-cleansing immortal Gu formation. A rank 7 immortal formation with self-love immortal Gu as the core and formation flag immortal Gu as the supplementary. Once activated, it could get rid of the harmful Dao marks on the immortal body. And because of formation flag immortal Gu, this immortal Gu formation had the ability to teleport for a short period of time. That was to say, when Fan Yuan wanted it, he could take out this immortal formation and use it. When there was no time to use it, he could put it back into the sovereign immortal aperture. It was very convenient. This immortal formation has a lot of potential for improvement. For example, adding time path Gu worms to speed up the flow of time inside it. Unfortunately, my time path attainment level is not high enough, I cannot deduce it. Fan Yuan felt it was a pity. However, it is still possible to move the formation spirit inside and make it the formation spirit of this immortal formation. This was not difficult. Fan Yuan only needed to fuse that incomplete immortal formation into the self-cleansing immortal formation, that would do. This involved one of the techniques of immortal killer moves, combination moves. Fan Yuan was naturally proficient in this aspect, he also had formation path grandmaster attainment level. Fan Yuan was very confident in this, he estimated that he only needed 2 to 3 days to complete it. With the formation spirit, I will not need to activate the immortal Gu formation myself, I can focus on other things. But before that, I need to raise Myriad Self by 1 level. In Anti-Sound Desert, the battle with Feng Jioge gave Fan Yuan a huge inspiration. That was the improvement of the immortal killer move Myriad Self. At the same time, it is a dream realm after all. But Husband's Will, rank 8 immortal Gu mutation, and Dancer Hong Yun, are they all inside? In the sky, 2 rank 7 female immortals looked at each other. They were 1,000 transformations ancestors' wives and concubines. One was called Night Temptress, the other was called Immortal Concubine Qing Lan. 1,000 transformations ancestor naturally sensed the damage to Dancer Hong Yun and his will. Not long ago, he received accurate information that Fan Yuan's group schemed against him and even possessed Fairy Chui Bo. 1,000 transformations ancestor was furious. But because his injuries were not healed and the information was not confirmed, he sent his first and second wives to investigate. Be it Night Temptress or Immortal Concubine Qing Lan, they were rank 7 experts, but against the Dream Realm, they were helpless. Right when they did not know what to do, a mysterious voice entered their ears. Dream realms cannot be investigated. Why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Chui Bo is among them now. Who? Come out! The 2 female immortals shouted, using investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such a profound sound path method. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan's expressions changed. 8. Chapter 1433. Western Desert. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. A dark red dream realm floated in the air, it was very eye-catching. Dancer Hong Yun and 1,000 transformations were trapped in this dream realm, unable to get out. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan were flying around the dream realm. Gu worms flew out of their hands, arranged around the dream realm. Like the southern border righteous path Gu immortals, they were also setting up an immortal Gu formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting in. There was no helping it, the dream realm had just appeared, the super forces of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, as well as some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching it, but they were still in the initial stages. At this time, few Gu immortals had methods to deal with dream realms. Even though Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal and had inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, he was still helpless against dream realms. But this concerned Dancer Hong Yun, and his rank 8 immortal Gu mutation, he could not let it go easily. After thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm and leave it for the future. It's about time. I will defend, you do the last few steps. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was in charge of defending while immortal concubine Qing Lan continued to set up the immortal Gu formation. Among Thousand Transformations ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status, she was the strongest, immortal concubine Qing Lan was second only to her. Earlier, the two had heard a mysterious transmission that told them Fairy Chui Bo's location. They were extremely vigilant. Red Date immortal essence continued to be injected as Gu worms were activated, forming a hazy formation path silhouette. The silhouette was yellowish-brown in color, like sand flying in the sky. All sorts of beast shadows could be seen within. Next, immortal concubine Qing Lan took out a crucial immortal Gu. This was a rank 7 immortal Gu. It looked like a beetle, people called it a bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist. Its body was flat and had a metallic luster, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Gu Pass? Seeing this immortal Gu, Feng Jioga, who was hiding far away, had a thought. He had a heated gaze. He had searched for this Rule Path Immortal Gu for a long time but could not find it. If I had Pass Gu, the time limit of Immortal Killer Move Yang Pass Tune would be greatly extended. Moreover, with an Immortal Gu, a large number of Mortal Gu can be removed. This move's activation difficulty and time would be greatly reduced. To think that this Immortal Gu is actually in Thousand Transformations' ancestors' hands. Feng Jioga sighed. Even though I created Obtained Treasure Song and can refine Wild Immortal Gu, in this situation, the chances of succeeding are too low. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were very vigilant. It was extremely difficult to snatch other people's immortal Gu. In history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had succeeded in doing so. After him, even Theft Path Gu immortals were rarely able to display such astonishing might. Pass Gu was the core of this immortal formation. It was activated and fell into the yellow sand. After a while, the light and shadow stopped changing and solidified into a pale yellow cloud, quietly floating in the sky. Immortal concubine Qing Lan and Night Temptress heaved a sigh of relief. All right, we have set up the immortal Gu formation. With this Gu formation, we can return quickly. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The two female immortals were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Feng Jioga did not show up. When Feng Jioga appeared, the two let out a sigh of relief but were also a little disappointed. A moment later, the two returned, leaving this place. Feng Jioga followed them for a while and found that their destination was obvious, Myriad Statue Desert. Strange, they did not go to find Fairy Chui Bo? With Thousand Transformations' ancestor's personality, how could he let this go? Did something happen on Thousand Transformations' ancestor's side? Feng Jioga had obtained a lot of detailed information from the Celestial Court. He knew Thousand Transformations' ancestor's personality and way of doing things. He was arrogant and domineering, taking revenge for the smallest grievances, thus he made this plan. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not fall for it. He even ignored Fairy Chui Bo. This was very strange. Feng Jioga wanted to use Thousand Transformations' side to continue pressuring and probing Fan Yuan, but his plan failed. At this time, Feng Jioga received a transmission. He left quietly, and behind a sand dune, he saw two rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioga was not unfamiliar with these two. Because in southern border, these two appeared and blocked Wu Yong for Feng Jioga. Afterwards, Feng Jioge chased after Fan Yuan, while these two chased after the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's luck had already been connected by Fan Yuan's connect luck immortal goo. At that time, Fan Yuan was relying on this precious rank 8 battle strength. Once it was connected, not only could he protect the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he could also use the killer move Chi Luck sensation to determine its location. Even though Fan Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that the other Gu immortals of the Celestial Court could destroy it, he chose Luck Path. It was safer. After all, the only superforce that was skilled in Luck Path was Longevity Heaven. And even though Giant Sun Immortal was known as an immortal venerable, he had never entered the Celestial Court, and did not impart his Luck Path true inheritance to the Celestial Court. Thus, when Fan Yuan and the rest used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's luck rose, and it escaped unexpectedly. Next, the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Weiyin interfered. Not only did he save the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he even destroyed the investigative killer move that the Celestial Court had used on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Thus, these two Celestial Court Gu immortals searched for 2 days and spent a lot of effort before confirming that the upper extreme heavenly eagle had completely escaped. There was no chance of capturing it. They did not do their job well, Fairy Myrtle scolded them. After that, Fairy Myrtle sent them to reinforce Feng Jioge. We already know about the Dream Realm. This time, Thousand Transformations' ancestor's attitude has changed. We have already received Lady Ziwei's instructions. We will probe Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The two Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu immortals said. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's attitude towards Fairy Chui Bo's matter was different from before. Feng Jioge could see something amiss, but as a wisdom path great expert, Fairy Myrtle could deduce even more. She deduced that Thousand Transformations' ancestor was likely to be heavily injured. He might even die. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to obtain Thousand Transformations' ancestor's reckless savage true inheritance. Even if they did not gain anything, they could cause a battle in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world and lose a rank 8 Gu Immortal. That was a good thing. After all, the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war was about to arrive. Central Continent had 4 battlegrounds. They had to plan ahead and reduce the strength of the Gu Immortals of the other regions, the more the better. Fan Yuan flew in the sky. These last days, Feng Jioge did not chase them. Fan Yuan stopped using omnidirectional travel. After all, this ancient battle formation had a huge cost. It expended the Gu Immortals' Dao marks. Moreover, Feng Jioge and the rest did not have a clear location. If they used omnidirectional travel recklessly, they might be closing the distance between them. Omnidirectional travel could only be used in emergencies. The others entered his sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, Fan Yuan was thinking as he flew. A moment later, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He lowered his speed and altitude. When his feet touched the ground, his immortal aperture's entrance opened, letting out Bai Ningbing and the rest. Protect me, I have already designed it. We can set up the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation now, Fan Yuan said. Next, he sat down on the ground and started to meditate. In fact, the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation had already been set up. It was placed in Mini Central Continent. However, this immortal formation was not the most ideal one. According to his previous plan, Fan Yuan activated the self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he was multitasking, activating another incomplete immortal formation. This incomplete immortal formation was obtained by Fan Yuan from Dancer Hong Yun. The formation flag immortal Gu inside was already taken out, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Fan Yuan was trying to fuse these two immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Fan Yuan, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. The two immortal formations had completely fused into one. The main purpose of this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit merged into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit would have a new home. After achieving this goal, Fan Yuan removed many Gu worms from the incomplete immortal formation, simplifying the self-cleansing immortal formation. At this point, the immortal formation was completely formed. It could reduce the harmful Tao marks on Fan Yuan and the rest. However, Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to reduce the Tao marks. He took out self-love immortal goo from the immortal formation. Self-love immortal goo was the core of the self-cleansing immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the entire immortal formation would collapse. However, Fan Yuan's immortal formation was still intact. It was the formation spirit. Its ability to manipulate the immortal formation surpassed Fan Yuan's. The moment self-love immortal goo was taken out, the immortal formation was on the verge of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, using a large number of self-love mortal goo to activate the goo formation, temporarily replacing self-love immortal goo. But this could only be used in emergencies. Self-love immortal goo was the core. It was like the pillar supporting the house. With self-love and mortal goo taken out, using a large number of mortal goo to support the house was like a small wooden pillar. As time passed, the entire immortal formation would collapse. Fan Yuan's initial estimation was that this would take around 14 hours. As long as he returned self-love immortal goo to the immortal formation during this time, the immortal attraction formation would not collapse. Fan Yuan took out self-love immortal goo naturally not to test the formation spirit's ability. He had other important goals. Self-love immortal goo, affection immortal goo, these two immortal goo flew in his immortal aperture. Fan Yuan injected red date immortal essence into them. He also used several mortal goo. At the next moment, a vast amount of self-will was produced by Fan Yuan like a huge wave. Self-will formed into a giant that was over 100 feet tall. It looked like Fan Yuan himself. It stood on the ground with a majestic body. Next, Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self. A moment later, the self-will giant vanished. 10,000 myriad self-clones appeared in Fan Yuan's mini central continent. Success! Myriad self-killer move has been raised to a new level. My battle strength has also risen. Fan Yuan was overjoyed. 8. Chapter 1434. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Working day and night, in the goo refinement hall that had been going on for several months, the light of the fire shone on Sixth Hair's face. His face was covered in soot, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blazing fire. The intense temperature was burning the surroundings. Sixth Hair's hair was burning and curling, but Sixth Hair did not care. He was focused on what was in front of him. The goo refinement had already entered the final crucial step. As expected of Luck Path, it is the best supplementary goo refinement method. I have reached this step again. I must succeed this time. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He was determined in his heart. Suddenly his vision turned dark. Oh no, is my body at its limit? No matter, with one thought, crimson snake flower will bloom. Thoughts rose in Sixth Hair's mind. Bright red crimson snake tattoos appeared on his skin. They coiled from his waist to his chest. At the same time, a powerful force was generated out of thin air. Like a strong airflow, it suddenly filled Sixth Hair's balloon-like body. Sixth Hair immediately became spirited. He is using this killer move again. When the crimson snake coils around my head and covers my whole body, I will lose my life. But what does it matter? As long as I refine this immortal goo, it will be a huge help to Shadow Sect. Come, thousandly soul thread. Sixth Hair encouraged himself inwardly. A hairy man goo immortal behind him immediately handed over a long immortal material. It was the thousandly soul thread. It was an immortal material that could only be produced in the bodies of ancient soul beasts. The value of the soul thread increased along with its length. This thousandly soul thread in Langya Sect's collection was extremely valuable. It was comparable to a rank 8 immortal material. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material, but because it was too rare, there was no market for it. Even in jewel yellow skies, it was hard to sell it, thus its market price was at the level of a rank 8 immortal material. For the sake of Fan Yuan's goo refinement plan, not only Sixth Hair, even the land spirit of Langya took action personally. It could even be said that the entire Langya sect was refining goo for Fan Yuan. After Fan Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect, he inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. his foundation was extremely deep, he handed over a portion of his cultivation experience, immortal killer moves, and immortal goo recipes to Langya sect. He could easily exchange them for a vast amount of sect contribution points. Next, he used these sect contribution points to make the whole of Langya sect refine immortal goo for him. After refining self-love immortal goo, his next target was cleanse soul immortal goo. Sixth hair had already progressed more than half, and only the last few steps were left. At this moment, sixth hair carefully took the 1,000-mile soul thread. The soul strands were shaped like kelp and were dark green in color. However, the difference was that there were specks of gold flickering in the dark green. At first glance, it looked like a group of fireflies embedded in the kelp. The 1,000-mile soul silk was very heavy. Sixth hair held it as if it were a feather. He used refinement path methods and quickly cut off a portion of it. To refine cleanse soul immortal goo, he only needed a small portion of the soul thread. In fact, he did not even need the 1,000-mile soul thread, even the 100-mile soul thread was enough. However, to raise the success rate of the goo refinement, and to save time, Fan Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to exchange for the 1,000-mile soul thread from Langya sect's treasury. He was truly wealthy. The soul thread was thrown into the blazing fire. In an instant, the blazing red fire turned into a nether ghost fire, emitting a mournful cry. Sixth hair breathed in deeply, he opened his bloodshot eyes and started to control the fire. An hour later, in Western Desert, a huge immortal goo formation was emitting loud noises. The goo formation occupied a huge area of over 100 square kilometers. It activated intensely, creating layers of illusions of green mountains. In this yellow desert, it was very eye-catching. Bai Ningbing and the rest were scattered around the immortal goo formation, patrolling and staying alert. The immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial moment. However, Fan Yuan, who was at the center of the immortal formation, was very relaxed. He even had the mood to deduce other things. At this speed, in another 4 hours I will succeed and get rid of all the harmful down marks on my body. The Celestial Court's pursuers should be here, right? I tried to get rid of the investigative killer move. The Celestial Court will definitely sense it. Failed again? At the next moment, Fan Yuan frowned slightly. He received news from Sixth Hair that the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo had failed again. Moreover, this time, the goo refinement failed. Sixth Hair suffered a backlash and was heavily injured. He needed to rest for some time. As far as Fan Yuan was concerned, the current Sixth Hair was the most trustworthy person in Langya sect. He was even more reliable than Land Spirit of Langya. He needed to recuperate. This was bad news. Including this time, the refinement of cleansed soul immortal goo has failed close to 10 times, right? Immortal goo refinement is a bottomless pit. Hairy man goo immortals are proficient in hairy man nature style. To prevent Providence from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style goo refinement method. Fan Yuan was not surprised that cleansed soul immortal goo's refinement failed. It did not shake his determination to continue refining this goo. Speaking of which, he had cleansed soul immortal goo before, but it was gone. Back then, cleansed soul immortal goo was one of the cores of Myriad self-killer move. But now, Fan Yuan was not refining cleansed soul for Myriad self-killer move. His true goal was his strength path immortal zombie body. This 8-armed immortal zombie body had the soul path trap that Ing Wuxia had painstakingly planted in it. Now that Fan Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap. But this method required a rank 7 cleansed soul immortal goo as the core. As long as he refined cleansed soul immortal goo, Fan Yuan would be able to use his strength path immortal zombie body again. He would be able to obtain wisdom goo's recognition and use the light of wisdom to change the overall situation of this era. Even though the down marks in the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley were comparable to rank 9 immortal goo, in terms of profundity, rank 9 immortal goo were better. Especially wisdom goo, this rank 9 immortal goo was very famous in the legends of Rinzhu. It had appeared many times and even tricked Rinzhu. There is an enemy attack from the southwest. Right at this time, Fairy Miao Yin suddenly transmitted a warning. Oh! They appeared after all. Fan Yuan was not surprised, he slowly stood up. The immortal goo formation was still operating, everything was controlled by the formation spirit, it was too convenient for Fan Yuan. The only drawback was that this self-cleansing immortal formation expended a lot of immortal essence. Fan Yuan could not endure it. During this escape in battle, Fan Yuan's immortal essence reserves had decreased rapidly. Thankfully, Wu Clan had provided him with 100,000 immortal Yuan stones. But now, these immortal Yuan stones had also decreased greatly. A moment later, the pursuers from Celestial Court arrived in front of Fan Yuan. It was Feng Jioge. Why are you alone again? Fan Yuan smiled as he looked at Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge looked around. He did not see any other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. He smiled as well. Aren't you alone too? That is because I alone am enough to deal with you. Feng Jioge, you are going to regret this battle. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Feng Jioge frowned slightly. This situation was out of his expectations. Fan Yuan was too confident. Strange, what is he relying on? Or a sinister plot? Chapter 1435. Fan Yuan charged towards Feng Jioge. Of course, he was already wearing an immortal robe. The immortal robe was sparkling. There was also a long and curved ribbon that was wrapped around Fan Yuan's waist and arms. As Fan Yuan charged forward, the immortal robe and ribbon fluttered in the wind. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. This move again. Feng Jioge saw this and sighed internally. This move was a huge headache for him, he was helpless against it. Thus, Feng Jioge chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance away from Fan Yuan. Controlling reverse flow protection seal requires too much concentration. Fan Yuan cannot split his attention to use it. Even if he has movement immortal methods, he cannot use them. In this way, when he activates the reverse current protection seal, other than defense, everything else is very ordinary. Feng Jioge thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The enemy advanced while he retreated. Fan Yuan could not catch up to Feng Jioge. He tried several times but to no avail. Feng Jioge's eyes flickered with a pondering light. He did not stop analyzing in his mind. Why is Fan Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Jioge, Fan Yuan did not have Bai Ningbing or He Lulan to help him. Thus, Feng Jioge could only face Fan Yuan. In the previous battle, his tactic of eliminating the other Gu immortals had failed. But this way, Fan Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has outstanding defense, he will only be a target. Be it in terms of offense or movement, he cannot match me, he will lose the initiative in the battlefield. No, Fan Yuan would not be so unwise. He must be plotting something else. Feng Jioge was not careless, he became even more vigilant. When Fan Yuan chased after him, he retreated far away to create a safe distance. Feng Jioge, you chased me all the way here, and now you're just running away? Fan Yuan sneered as he asked. Feng Jioge's smile widened. What's the point of arguing? Fan Yuan, you should catch up to me first. It's not easy for you to activate the reverse current protection seal. After a long time, not only will you be exhausted, but I'm afraid that even your immortal energy will be depleted, right? There must be a huge price to pay for such a powerful technique. Feng Jioge firmly held the initiative. Not only in terms of speed, but he also suppressed Fan Yuan in terms of tactics. The battle this time was very different from the last. The last time they fought, it was an abyss of suffering. This time, one of them chased and the other fled. Apart from exchanging a few words, there was no sound. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He had a way to deal with Feng Jioge's actions. His 500 years of experience in his previous life was not a joke. Ignoring everything else, just his combat experience alone was definitely rich. Thus, in the next moment, Fan Yuan dove down and landed on the ground. Feng Jioge did not chase. Instead, he cautiously floated in the air and sized up the desert. Previously, he was at a disadvantage due to the terrain, and was tricked by Fan Yuan using the anti-sound desert. Of course, Feng Jioge remembered that lesson. On the way here, he had done his homework and did not find anything special about this desert. Poochie. With a soft sound, Fan Yuan directly drilled into the desert and headed deep underground. Feng Jioge continued to investigate and used immortal methods. After confirming that there were no tricks, he used fist drums and palm bells to smash the underground desert. Dong dong dong! Dang dang dang! At once, drum and bell sounds resonated, creating deep pits and holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand flew out and covered the surroundings several li in yellow-brown sand. But Fan Yuan did not care, he continued to go deeper underground. Feng Jioge frowned. The deeper he went, the more earth path down marks there were. For Feng Jioge, it was disadvantageous. At the same time, he had some suspicions. Fan Yuan is so confident this time, could it be that he had made arrangements underground? Or did he know that there is a special environment here that he can use? All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Jioge's mind as he flew down. He was like an arrow that shot into the desert, chasing after Fan Yuan. He had to chase. Because if Fan Yuan stayed underground and used the immortal formation to get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, Feng Jioge would chase after him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer moves on him and instead set up a Gu formation or battlefield killer move underground, if Feng Jioge hesitated and did not chase, it would give Fan Yuan a lot of time to prepare. If that was the case, Feng Jioge would be too foolish. Thus, Feng Jioge had to chase and exert pressure on Fan Yuan, forcing him to expose more trump cards and break his battle rhythm. Fist drum, palm bell. Even deep underground, Feng Jioge's sound path killer moves were still extremely powerful. Explosions continued to occur around Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had a grim expression. This time, without the terrain advantage of anti-sound desert, Fan Yuan could feel Feng Jioge's ferocious attacks. Even though he was underground and had abundant earth path down marks, Feng Jioge's killer moves were still very oppressive. This was the advantage of sound path. Every path had its own unique strengths and weaknesses. Even though sound path was a small path, it had its own advantages. This advantage was that sound path was good at spreading, it had little effect on down mark conflicts. For example, ordinary paths like earth path killer moves would have their power reduced by 50 to 60% in an environment with abundant water path down marks. And sound path killer moves of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. If not for reverse flow protection seal, I would not have lasted until now after so many hits. How did Feng Jioge cultivate? At rank 7, he has down mark accumulation on par with rank 8? Let's not think about this, let's counterattack. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Fan Yuan's body. But in the dense underground, the light could not spread out. The moment Fan Yuan transformed, Feng Jioge's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Then, in almost a breath of time, the sand in front of Feng Jioge exploded, revealing a huge dragon head. Feng Jioge's small body was like a mouse in front of an elephant compared to this dragon head. Ancient Sword Dragon! Fan Yuan! Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Fan Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so ferocious. The flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling, surging silver radiance gushed out from within. Sword Dragon Breath. At once, the silver-white light shot out like countless sharp arrows. It had an intense invasive nature as it shone on the surroundings. The incomparably sharp aura was still a distance away, but Feng Jioge felt waves of piercing pain on his face, as if hundreds of needles were pricking his face. Boom! The sword dragon breath shot out and hit Feng Jioge fiercely. Clanging sounds rang out from Feng Jioge's body as he activated his defensive means, emitting countless tiny sound waves. Then, the peerlessly sharp dragon breath of the sword flood dragon forcefully destroyed his defenses. Ordinary dragon breaths only lasted for a short period of time, but Fan Yuan had perseverance immortal Gu, the dragon breath could last for an extremely long time. Feng Jioge was forced back, under the impact of the sword dragon breath. He moved his methods with difficulty and flew into the sky, escaping from the dragon breath's attack. But at the next moment, Fan Yuan raised his head. The thick sword serpent's breath was like a silver pillar of light. Then, like a peerless sword, it lightly slashed upwards. Here it comes! Feng Jioge was no longer smiling, his face was shining with silver light. Seeing that the sword dragon breath was about to attack again, he had to retreat again. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. With a swoosh, he vanished on the spot, reappearing 1,000 steps away in the sky. Fan Yuan stopped his dragon breath and growled as he continued to counterattack. With a swing of his dragon tail, the ancient sword dragon's speed burst out. At the same time, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks boosted together, giving Fan Yuan a terrifying speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the air was pushed apart, creating a sonic boom. In an instant, Fan Yuan arrived in front of Feng Jioge. His speed was so fast that Fan Yuan was unable to react in time. His vision blurred, and in the next instant, Feng Jioge, who had been a small black dot in his field of vision, appeared right before him, only 10 or so steps away. The dragon mouth opened again, but this time, Feng Jioge had already reacted. He whistled softly. Good timing. Then, in the face of the dragon breath of the sword light, he did not dodge or evade, but counterattacked. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out, and Feng Jioge was sent flying like a cannonball. For the first time, he showed shock on his face. He had a question in his mind. How can this be? Why is there a layer of reverse flow protection seal on Fan Yuan's body? In the previous battle, when Fan Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon, he could not maintain reverse flow protection seal at the same time. In that exchange just now, Feng Jioge had taken advantage of this point and charged head-on. In the end, the countercurrent protection seal had completely reversed his attack. Guh. Feng Jioge felt intense pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to maintain his body in the air. That attack earlier not only contained Fan Yuan's own attack, but also the power of Feng Jioge's own attack. The two overlapped, causing Feng Jioge to spit out blood. Fan Yuan had the upper hand. He roared as he continued to chase. It had come too quickly just now. This time, Feng Jioge could see it clearly. The ancient sword serpent's body was still covered with a thin layer of clothes that was transparent like flowing water. It really is reverse flow protection seal? He can actually maintain 2 immortal killer moves at the same time. How did he do it? Yang Pass Tune. Fan Yuan missed, while Feng Jioge vanished far away. The ancient sword dragon that Fan Yuan transformed into did not have the ability to tear through space. It could only fly in a straight line at an extremely fast speed. As for Feng Jioge's Yang Pass Tune, it had the power of space path. It tore through the sky and teleported from one location to another. From this point, even though Fan Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon and had Sword Escape Immortal Gu, he could not compare to Feng Jioge who used Yang Pass Tune. Unless Fan Yuan successfully used the sword path movement killer move in Bo Qing's inheritance. But so what? Yang Pass Tune had a time limit. Once the time was up, Feng Jioge would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement. I need to break out of this situation, while Yang Pass Tune still has time. Looking at Fan Yuan who was charging at him again, Feng Jioge's heart sank. Note: after a week of recuperation, his body has gradually recovered, but he has not fully recovered yet. Also, he had to use a lot of brain cells to think about the plot. For the next week, he would occasionally make 2 night shifts. If there was a second night shift, it would be at 8 a.m. The last night shift would be at 8 p.m. Carrot. Chapter 1436. Roar, roar, roar! Fan Yuan opened his dragon mouth and spat out sword-light dragon breaths. The dragon breaths were like bolts of silver lightning that shot towards Feng Jioge at lightning speed. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge. And when he used Yang Pass Tune, it usually meant that the next move, Psalm Warrior, would appear. Both sides fought from deep underground until they reached the sky. They fought back and forth, dragon roars resounded, drums and bells echoed. Green Jade Song Warrior! Feng Jioge summoned a clone as he chased after Yang Kai. The green jade clone charged towards the ancient sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Feng Jioge relied on Yang Pastun to have the advantage in terms of movement. Adding on his rich battle experience, he was calm and rational. He had never made a mistake in activating the killer move. Fang Yuan snorted in his mind. He ignored everything else and continued to charge towards Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Fang Yuan's match. Just reverse flow protection seal alone could not be broken. If this defense could not be broken, there was no hope of defeating Fang Yuan. Thus, Feng Jioge controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior to keep Fang Yuan busy. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly. It circled around Fang Yuan and interfered with his movements. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan could not take it anymore. He turned his spear around and started to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan's change was too sudden, but Feng Jioge reacted quickly. Fang Yuan charged towards the Green Jade Song Warrior. The ancient sword dragon's huge body was like a fly to the Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared, and the wind howled. The sharp and ferocious dragon claws struck out, ruthlessly striking the Green Jade Songster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Green Jade Song Warrior's body. It let out a crisp sound as it was sent flying by Fang Yuan like a cannonball. However, the Green Jade Song Warrior was not broken to the point of collapse. Its body still existed, and it still had the strength to fight. Sly! Fang Yuan snorted in his mind. In the earlier attack, the Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack, it only took a beating. This way, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not counter the enemy's attack. The ancient sword dragon's claw attack could not destroy the Green Jade Song Warrior. After all, Feng Jioge's Dao marks were comparable to rank 8. The Green Jade Song Warrior's defense was the best among the Song Warriors. After sending the Green Jade Song Warrior flying, Fang Yuan attacked Feng Jioge again. But at this time, Feng Jioge had already created a second Song Warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Jioge relied on Yang Pastun to dodge while activating 4 Song Warriors to keep Fang Yuan busy. Fang Yuan was fighting 5 people by himself, but he was still energetic and full of battle intent. He chased Feng Jioge everywhere. What's going on? Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already his limit. But now, he is maintaining reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation at the same time. After fighting for so long, he is still so relaxed? Feng Jioge's gaze was deep. He purposely created a Song Warrior to create a complicated and ever-changing battle environment, to stimulate Fang Yuan to think continuously, to expend the thoughts in his mind to deal with these complicated and ever-changing battle situations. If Fang Yuan were to forcefully activate 2 killer moves at the same time, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind. He would not be able to display such a strong performance at this moment. This means that he has made a breakthrough in terms of maintaining killer moves? Feng Jioge guessed. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's body shook. Feng Jioge was paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. He was overjoyed. Don't tell me, he has reached his limit? But at the next moment, Feng Jioge tossed this guess to the back of his mind. Because Fang Yuan had activated Immortal Killer move Myriad Dragon. At once, dragons flew together, their scales converged into a silver sea. The aura was grand and majestic, it made people's hearts tremble. A situation similar to the previous battle appeared once again. Myriad dragons flew and surrounded the 4 Song Warriors, trying to kill them. The 4 Song Warriors were unable to resist them, they died one after another. Feng Jioge didn't bother with him. Instead, he activated the Yang Pastun and temporarily escaped from the range of the flood dragons. Yang Pastun's time limit was not up yet. Feng Jioge had a lot of time to spare. Then what about this move? He looked at the myriad dragon group. Fang Yuan was already mixed in. He could not distinguish him. Next, Feng Jioge stretched out his right hand, touching his left chest, where his heart was. Then, the 5 fingers of his right hand moved up and down continuously. Every time his fingers tapped on his chest, it would produce an agitated or muffled drumbeat. Dong dong dong, the drum sounds continued to spread, soon spreading to the whole battlefield. Feng Jioge did not need to distinguish which of the dragons was Fan Yuan's main body. Because this immortal killer move was an area of effect killer move, it had a huge area of effect. Fan Yuan's main body was enveloped by it. He was immediately affected, his heart started to beat wildly. His stable rhythm was disrupted. Fan Yuan was shocked. After all, he was protected by reverse flow protection seal, but he could not defend against this immortal killer move. No, most of this killer move's power was reflected back. Only a small portion managed to pass through the protection seal and affect me. It seems that Celestial Court has made some progress in deciphering my reverse flow protection seal killer move. Fan Yuan sighed internally. There was no helping it, he had used reverse flow protection seal many times. Celestial Court even had one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the world, Fairy Myrtle, together with Star Constellation chessboard. It was not strange for them to have such results. Bam bam bam. With loud sounds, the dragon's strength path phantoms around Fan Yuan self-detonated from Feng Jioge's drum sounds, turning into nothingness. This immortal killer move chaotic heart drumming sound was taught by Celestial Court. It has wisdom path effects. Once hit, it can interfere with the Gu Immortal's thoughts and affect the maintenance of the killer move. Fan Yuan, how long can you last? Feng Jioge was looking forward to it. A very powerful killer move, and it is specially targeted at me. Fan Yuan carefully observed the power of this move. At this moment, inside his sovereign immortal aperture, a large number of human-shaped myriad self-clones were also self-detonating. The number of clones destroyed was even greater than the myriad dragon clones. Looking closely, these myriad self-clones were clearly different from before. Their appearances were even more lifelike than before. Not just that, their expressions were more vivid. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if they were in deep thought. Under the effect of chaotic heart drumming sound, these myriad self-clones self-detonated from time to time, turning into white smoke that dissipated with the wind. After adding self-will, these myriad self-clones gained wisdom path agility. They were instead countered by Feng Jioge's killer move. Fan Yuan split a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the losses. Almost every breath of time, dozens of myriad self-clones were destroyed. However, not all of these myriad self-clones were killed by Feng Jioge's killer move. Most of them were used to maintain my reverse flow river protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation. When I used myriad dragon earlier, I lost 1,000 myriad self-clones at once. That was right. The reason why Fan Yuan could use other killer moves on top of reverse flow river protection seal was because of the help of these myriad self-clones in his immortal aperture. All along, Fan Yuan had been stuck here. Even though reverse flow river protection seal was powerful, it took up too much of his concentration. During the battle with Feng Jioge, he was enlightened by Song Warrior. He gained an inspiration. I also have myriad self-clones. If these clones can help me think at the same time, it will raise my battle strength greatly. To achieve this, there were two biggest difficulties. The first difficulty was that the original myriad self-clones could not think. To think, they needed wisdom path thoughts, wills, or emotions. The second difficulty was that even if a large number of thoughts, wills, or emotions were scattered among the clones, it was hard to gather all of them into one's own body. Fan Yuan's first difficulty was to use self-love immortal Gu and affection immortal Gu. These two complemented each other very well. Fan Yuan only needed to use a few mortal Gu to form an immortal killer move that could unleash a vast amount of self-will. The second difficulty was that Fan Yuan found a solution from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, immortal killer move, collective wisdom. Of course, even though he broke through these two difficulties, he still needed Fan Yuan's Wisdom Path Grand Master attainment level to completely modify Myriad Self and raise it to a whole new level. Feng Jioge, your killer move is still not enough. Fan Yuan sneered in his mind. Because before this battle, he had already made ample preparations. He had amassed 1,000,000 myriad self-clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tens of thousands of them were nothing more than a small itch. Immortal Killer Move, 3 breaths future vision. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Dragon. Immortal Killer Move, sword marks targeting death. In an instant, auras of countless goo worms rose from Fang Yuan's body. These auras were extremely chaotic. There were countless mortal goo and a large number of immortal goo. They rose together and formed a grand force. How can this be? Feng Jioge was shocked. Fan Yuan is actually using multiple immortal killer moves at the same time. He was completely shocked. Unimaginable. He had always thought that even if Fan Yuan used 2 or 3 killer moves at the same time, he would barely reach his limit. But right now, this scene made Feng Jioge realize that Fan Yuan's improvement in this aspect was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. This weakness that had once restricted Fan Yuan was no longer a weakness, it had become a huge advantage for Fan Yuan. The first Myriad Dragon still had a large portion left. The second Myriad Dragon was activated again, forming a silver sea of dragons that filled the sky. 3 breaths future vision allowed Fan Yuan to acutely sense that sword marks targeting death, with the amplification of tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks, posed a huge threat to Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth. He charged towards the dragons instead of retreating. Bam bam bam. A series of thunderous explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Feng Jioge charged left and right amidst the myriad dragons' encirclement. He rampaged freely. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This is not an accidental eruption. Fan Yuan really did it. He still has some strength left. I cannot stay here for long. Retreat! Taking advantage of the time limit of Yang Pastun, Feng Jioge retreated from the battlefield. He was actually forced to retreat by Fan Yuan alone. Chapter 1437. Orange-yellow light shone on Feng Jioge's body and dissipated. This meant that Feng Jioge's immortal killer move Yang Pastun had reached its time limit. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait 14 hours. But this was not the main point. Feng Jioge had already left the battlefield. It did not matter whether Yang Pastun reached its time limit or not. This central continent's rare talent slowly landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. Feng Jioge's elegant face was still frowning. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Truly an outstanding talent! These words were not meant for himself, but for Fan Yuan. Once upon a time, Fan Yuan was merely an ant at Feng Jioge's feet. Not long ago, even if Fan Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not defeat Feng Jioge alone, he had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Jioge was defeated, it was his turn to flee the battlefield. Such a change was simply too sudden. Even now, Feng Jioge still found it hard to believe. Fan Yuan had a deep foundation to begin with. After rebirth, he had spring-autumn cicada and giant sun's true inheritance. And now that he is the leader of Shadow Sect, he even has spectral soul's accumulation. He is like a volcano, he is silent on the surface, but as long as he is given a bit of time or opportunity, this volcano will erupt with lava. His eruption this time was not a coincidence, it was inevitable. Such a person should be killed with all our strength to prevent future troubles. But the Celestial Court wants to hang around and slowly plot to obtain Red Lotus' true inheritance. This is not wise. For the first time, Feng Jioge had doubts about the Celestial Court's plan to hunt him down, he even denied it. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was also in deep thought. She had witnessed the entire battle through Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan's battle strength rose sharply. Not only did it catch Feng Jioge off guard, it also made her, a great wisdom path great expert, feel astonished. Similar emotions as Feng Jioge were also brewing in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fan Yuan's foundation was too deep, and he had connections with 3 venerable ones. With the advantage of rebirth, in just a few years, he went from immortal to a Gu immortal. Not only that, after the battle earlier, Fan Yuan had completely stood on equal footing with Feng Jioge, becoming an existence that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If it was just that he had too many fortuitous encounters, like Ma Hong Yun, it would be fine. This was not worth Fairy Myrtle being afraid of. What was scary was Fan Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious demonic path scoundrel had almost no weaknesses in human nature. He worked hard to the extreme, and never compromised or became discouraged. He could endure hardships, and could endure patiently. In order to achieve his goals, he did not care about sacrifices or methods. It was hard to imagine what kind of experiences could create such a nature in him. Since Fan Yuan's rebirth, most of the time, he has been in Providence's control. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, he broke free from Providence's shackles, but his identity was exposed in the dream realm. His cultivation path has been filled with countless obstacles and setbacks. If he is given some time to focus on cultivation, his growth and strength will be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel a trace of wariness towards Fan Yuan from the depths of her heart. Fan Yuan's existence made Fairy Myrtle feel threatened. She really wanted to get rid of him. The earlier she got rid of him, the better, and the faster she got rid of him, the better. As she thought of this, the killing intent in Fairy Myrtle's heart intensified. Zwei, don't be nervous. At this moment, a deep voice entered Fairy Myrtle's ears. This voice left a deep impression on Fairy Myrtle. She quickly turned around and saw Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you came out of closed cultivation? Fairy Myrtle was pleasantly surprised. Duke Long smiled faintly. Yes. That means to say, Spectral Soul was also, that's right, I have completely suppressed him. However, it is quite troublesome to search his soul. I will need some time to see results. Duke Long chuckled. Ah! Fairy Myrtle's face was filled with joy. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. This great news caused her spirit to rise abruptly, and her entire person became different in an instant. Duke Long continued. Compared to Red Lotus' true inheritance, Fan Yuan is nothing. But he is a complete otherworldly demon after all. Fairy Myrtle hesitated. That is because you do not understand Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long sighed. His tone was filled with deep emotions. Red Lotus seems to have set up 7 true inheritances, but our celestial court could not find them no matter how hard we tried. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained one of them. As long as we obtain this clue, we will be able to find the rest of the Red Lotus true inheritances. I understand, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle's gaze turned sharp. There is already a time path rank 8 deployed in the River of Time, along with Feng Jioga and 2 other rank 8s. What do you think of this plan? Duke Long smiled. You are a wisdom path great grandmaster, but I am not. I will be at ease leaving this matter to you. Next, I will lead the new generation of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Oh, right, announce to the world that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is being held captive. Celestial Court has been silent for too long. It is time to let the world know that Celestial Court will forever be the #1 super force in the world. Ziwei understands. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply as she watched Duke Long's figure vanish on the spot. Western Desert. Inside the self-cleansing Immortal Goo formation, Fan Yuan sent his consciousness into the sovereign Immortal Aperture. Inside the Immortal Aperture, there was also an Immortal Goo formation activating loudly. Compared to self-cleansing, this Immortal formation was much smaller, but it still had 2 core Immortal Goo. One was a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, while the other was a Bloodline Immortal Goo from Wu Clan. Along with thousands of Mortal Goo, the Immortal Goo formation Blood Red Immortal Essence formation was formed. A large number of Immortal Yuan stones were thrown into this Immortal formation. After being refined, they turned into beads of Red Date Immortal Essence. Fan Yuan was replenishing his Immortal Essence reserves. In the battle earlier, even though he managed to escape from Feng Jioga, his Immortal Essence expenditure was huge. The greatest expenditure came from Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The second was Myriad Dragon. The new Myriad Self-Killer move expended even more than before. After all, it used self-love and affection Immortal Goo to produce a vast amount of self-will. This was not a disadvantage. The stronger the Immortal Killer move, the more Immortal Essence it would expend. This was common sense in cultivation. But this was Fan Yuan's weakness. Fan Yuan had only become rank 7 recently. he did not have much accumulation. The time path resources in his immortal aperture were also reduced to rock bottom because of the calamities and tribulations. The blood-red immortal essence formation was very efficient. Soon, the immortal Yuan stones that Fan Yuan had obtained from Wu clan were all expended. Fan Yuan threw the immortal Yuan stones that he had obtained from Langya sect into the blood-red immortal essence formation. His red date immortal essence reserves rose rapidly. My battle strength has risen, it is on par with Feng Jioga now. The only flaw is that myriad self needs to be prepared. If I am caught off guard, I will be in trouble. Against Feng Jioga, Fan Yuan might be able to take a risk and use the new myriad self in battle. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, Fan Yuan would have to use reverse flow protection seal to preserve his life. This way, with reverse flow protection seal as the foundation, without myriad self's help, Fan Yuan could not use other immortal killer moves. In the end, he could only endure reverse flow protection seal's attacks. After all the investigative killer moves on me are removed, I should go to the tributary of the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Although that true inheritance was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the Red Lotus True meaning inside is endless. If I obtain it, my time path attainment level will rise to Grand Master level. In Shadow Sect's information, Western Desert had 2 tributaries of the River of Time that were controlled. But earlier, Fan Yuan had already used up one of them to set up a trap and trap the Celestial Court's pursuers. Now, only one was left. This tributary of the River of Time was Fan Yuan's next destination. Currently, Central Continent was a forbidden area. Fan Yuan could not enter it. In southern border, he would be chased by Wu clan and other righteous path forces. If he entered northern plains, Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes would attack him together. Only Western Desert and Eastern Sea were Fan Yuan's areas of activity. They had less pressure than the other 3 regions. Of course, Fan Yuan could also go to Eastern Sea. But to go to Eastern Sea, he had to pass through Central Continent, Northern Plains, or Western Desert. Eastern Sea naturally had a tributary of the River of Time, but rather than going to Eastern Sea, Fan Yuan might as well stay in Western Desert and search for fortuitous encounters. Note: most of the August postcards have been sent out today. Students who received the postcards, please pay attention to your mailbox in the next few days. Express delivery was too expensive, 12 yuan per express delivery from other provinces. They wanted to send registered mail, but they needed their real names and identity cards, so they could only send ordinary mail. Most of the ordinary mail had already been sent out, but there were also some that could not be received because the address was not detailed enough. I hope the students in the following list can contact me on QQ and send me their detailed addresses. Zhou Yu, Ku Shur Octopus, Gua Xian, Worryless, MOU, Mo Shao, Mr. Wang, I love you the most, Zhang Ning Xie, Desolate Gyue, Luo Jing, Eggy, Wei Jiarui, Astral Projection, Blood Moon, Worship Chu Xian, Spectral Soul Demon Emperor, Jinghua, Yu Xiuming, Only a Little Wind and Frost, Yan Xingnong, Ding Xian, Yishirt Sangyu, Yu Bao, Flowing Heart Words, He Heng, Death God's Mask Puppet Dance, Feng Wuya. Carrot. Chapter 1438. This sky was huge. It was filled with bright red light. It was like the morning sun was shining in the sky. Originally, there was nothing here, but now, there was a huge immortal goo formation floating in the sky. This immortal goo formation gave off a grand time path aura. It was clearly a time path immortal goo formation. Inside this formation, Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and Ing Wuxia were all waiting. This time path immortal goo formation had been activated for a long time already. It used rank 7 year goo as the core, with rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water as the supplementary goo. Not all immortal formations use the highest ranked immortal goo as the core. Like this immortal goo formation, rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo was the supplementary goo. This immortal goo formation came from Hei Fan's true inheritance. Its main effect was to connect to the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture, releasing the aura of rank 7-year goo and rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo into the tributary of the river of time to lure immemorial year beasts. This immortal formation was named by He Fan, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation. The name was quite interesting. Others were fishing, but He Fan was fishing for year beasts, and immemorial year beasts at that. Ever since He Fan created the rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, he knew the weakness of this immortal goo. The goo worm's aura was extremely alluring to immemorial year beasts. It was very likely that immemorial year beasts would enter his immortal aperture through the tributary of the river of time. Thus, He Fan racked his brains, thinking of all sorts of methods. The first thing he thought of was the time path immortal goo formation that Fan Yuan had used to trap Feng Jioge in the river of time. This formation could detonate the tributary of the river of time and stop time in the immortal aperture, blocking the immemorial year beasts. This way, immemorial year beasts would not be able to enter the immortal aperture. However, this method had a huge weakness. Once time in the immortal aperture stopped, resources could not grow, and goo worms could not be activated inside the immortal aperture. After all, activating any goo worm's power, even if it was just an instant, was time. And any process needed time. Thus, once this method was used, the goo immortal would need to move the goo worms out of the immortal aperture and attach them to their bodies. This was quite dangerous. Especially in battle, it could easily be destroyed by strong enemies. He Fan was extremely talented. He had created this method only as a final trump card. Of course, he would not be satisfied with such a method, so he continued to explore. He soon found that as long as an immemorial year beast lived in his immortal aperture, other immemorial year beasts would perceive his immortal aperture as the territory of other immemorial year beasts. Even if years flow like water had a tempting aura, other immemorial year beasts would not try to snatch it. Therefore, He Fan first thought of a method to disguise the aura of an immemorial year beast. Unfortunately, his transformation path realm was very ordinary, and he had never succeeded. Then, he considered raising his own immemorial year beast. However, his grotto heaven wasn't that wide. It was filled with all kinds of resources, so it was difficult to create an environment suitable for the immemorial year beasts to live in. Moreover, if he wanted to nurture an immemorial year beast, he would have to start with an ancient year beast. Jewel Yellow Skies did not have any immemorial year beasts for sale. However, this process took too long. At that time, He Fan did not have much time left. Since the two methods did not work, He Fan thought of another method. He wanted to use years flow like water immortal goo to summon an immemorial year beast for him. Thus, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was Grandmaster, unlike his transformation path attainment level. Thus, he created year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were not easy to recruit. At the end of his life, he created the immemorial year beast fishing formation. This immortal goo formation could lure immemorial year beasts, but it could not be controlled. Thus, it was only fishing, not summoning. The immemorial year beasts that were fished could not be controlled. He Fan's true idea was to summon an immemorial year beast and control it. Even until his death, he did not achieve this goal. This was truly a pity. Maybe if he had more time, he would have succeeded. Beauty could not defeat time. In fact, the same was true for geniuses and heroes. If Fan Yuan had time, he would follow He Fan's idea and continue on this path. In time, he would definitely create an immortal killer move that could summon immemorial year beasts. This was the true inheritance of a true inheritance. After the successors inherited the true teachings of their predecessors, they didn't just blindly copy them. Instead, in the process of cultivation, they constantly perfected the contents of the true teachings, or added their own things, and then passed it down again. The inheritance of a true inheritance was not just about taking, it was also about giving. However, right now, Fan Yuan did not have time to perfect the true inheritance. What he needed to do was to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation to fish up an immemorial year beast, then use 180 slaves to subdue it. If He Fan had 180 slaves, he would have subdued the immemorial year beast already. My trip to the River of Time will be filled with danger. Not only is the River of Time itself dangerous, Celestial Court is likely to have arrangements. Earlier, Fan Yuan framed Feng Jioge and exiled him to the River of Time. Even though Feng Jioge escaped in the end, Fan Yuan's efforts were not in vain. Feng Jioge was able to escape. Maybe he had his own ability, or maybe Celestial Court has arrangements in the River of Time. Regardless of which, the worst-case scenario is that I will be attacked by them after entering the River of Time. And I have no terrain advantage in the River of Time. I am not familiar with fighting in the river. Only with the protection of an immemorial year beast can I guarantee my life. Fan Yuan's plan was meticulous. He could not take the risk alone. He had to make preparations. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this time, an ear-piercing sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was enticed. Fan Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly activated the immortal goo formation. Inside the goo formation, the tributary of the River of Time appeared. A huge monkey was observing the goo formation through this tributary of the River of Time. Its huge eyes were the size of an adult elephant. Looking through the tributary of the River of Time was like looking through a small hole to observe the darkness behind the door. In this darkness, this immemorial year monkey could not find Fan Yuan and the rest. Its gaze was naturally attracted to years flow like water immortal goo. Once it saw this rank 8 immortal goo, the immemorial year monkey's appetite increased. It started drooling. Year beasts used year goo as food, but years flow like water immortal goo could produce year goo. The immemorial year monkey saw years flow like water immortal goo. It was like a glutton that had been starving for 100 years saw a banquet. Crack, 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 crack. It became restless in the River of Time, scratching its ears and cheeks in excitement. Next, it breathed in deeply and tried to enter Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Year beasts had the ability to enter any corner of the world from the River of Time. When Fan Yuan used year beast summoning earlier, he summoned year beasts from the River of Time. These year beasts came out of the River of Time and rushed to the battlefield. As long as the River of Time flowed or a tributary of the River of Time, year beasts could enter it. Right now, Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was not an exception. It was just that it was harder to enter here than the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Space was torn open, not far from the immemorial year beast fishing formation. 2 huge monkey hands stretched out. Then, the pair of furry hands forcefully pulled to both sides, tearing open a huge hole. The huge immemorial year monkey shrunk its head and entered. Even though my sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, it can contain immemorial year beasts. But for immemorial year beasts, this cage is too small, it is inconvenient to enter. Seeing this, Fan Yuan felt joy in his heart. It was good that it was inconvenient to enter. If they fought later, it would be hard for the immemorial year monkey to escape. The immemorial year monkey entered completely. The hole in space behind it closed up. Crack, crack, crack. The immemorial year monkey shouted excitedly. Its nose twitched as it sensed the strong aura of years flow like water immortal goo. It charged towards the immortal formation. Rumble. The immortal formation had strong defense. It did not budge from the immemorial year monkey's attack. Back then, when He Fan designed this formation, he had considered this situation. 8. Chapter 1439. The immemorial year beast fishing formation's defense was very strong. Even after the immemorial year monkey's attacks, it did not budge. But this made the immemorial year monkey even more ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. It raised its fists as it punched down. Its fists were like meteors, striking the fishing immortal formation again and again. The immortal formation started to shake. The inside of it was shaking intensely. Each time the immemorial year monkey attacked, a large number of mortal goo would be lost. White Rabbit, He Lulan, and Ing Wu Xia were quickly replenishing their mortal goo. Some goo formations would crumble after losing 10% of their goo worms. Some better goo formations would still exist even after losing half of their goo worms. As for the immemorial year beast fishing formation, as long as the core immortal goo were intact, and over 60% of them were still intact, it could continue to hold its ground. But defending for too long was bound to fail. Fan Yuan and the rest could not let the immemorial year monkey continue to attack like this. Immortal killer move, by Xiang. At the next moment, a crack appeared in the immortal goo formation as Bai Ningbing flew out. Whoosh! She was extremely fast. Like a snow-white arrow, she flew towards the immemorial year monkey. The distance between them was very short. With Bai Ningbing's speed, the immemorial year monkey could not react in time. Its throat was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack. The immemorial year monkey took a small step back. Feeling the pain, it growled as it retracted its arms, grabbing at Bai Ningbing. Instantly, Bai Ningbing's vision turned dark. The two monkey claws were like two huge black clouds, pressing down on her. Bai Ningbing was not flustered. She snorted coldly as she flew out. The immemorial year monkey's two hands came down from above, while Bai Ningbing dove down. Originally, with her speed, she could escape from the monkey claws, but strangely, when she reached the immemorial year monkey's stomach, it caught up to her. The immemorial year monkey clenched its fists, squeezing Bai Ningbing like she was a glass ball. Next, it clenched its fists tightly, grinding them a few times before releasing them. If Bai Ningbing was in her normal state, she would have turned into minced meat already. But before the battle started, she had already activated the killer move by Xiang. She turned into a 5-meter-tall white frost giant. It was clad in ice armor, and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its feet were bare and it was stepping on 2 light blue cold clouds. The immemorial year monkey opened its giant hand and crushed Bai Xiang into dregs. Trash! The immemorial year monkey saw that it got rid of its enemy. It laughed excitedly and shook its hand as Bai Xiang's fragments flew out. It punched the immortal goo formation again. The fragments of Bai Xiang fluttered in the air. Soon, they gathered together and expanded with the wind. After several breaths of time, they returned to the complete Bai Xiang, a small giant that was 15 to 16 feet tall. This was the profundity of the killer move Bai Xiang. Bai Ningbing, who had turned into Bai Xiang, no longer had a body of flesh and blood. Even if there was only a fingernail-sized body left, it could instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. But this time, not only is my flying speed slower, Bai Xiang's recovery speed is also much slower. Bai Ningbing estimated as she flew towards the immemorial year monkey again. The immemorial year beast had a lot of time path Dao marks. Its every move had the effect of time path. The time path Dao marks around it could not be underestimated. Immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Boom! The sharp ice blade with frost energy landed on the immemorial year monkey's shoulder, but it could not break its skin. Compared to the primordial year monkey, the huge ice blade was like a small fruit knife. The immemorial year monkey attacked Bai Ningbing again. She tried to dodge but failed. But no matter how many times she died, as long as there were remnants, she could recover quickly. This was because she had investigated the immemorial year beast and knew that it did not have any wild immortal goo. Otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not have been so daring to test its battle strength. The immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal goo, but these goo worms were nothing to Bai Ningbing. The real threat was the immemorial year monkey itself. After a dozen rounds, Bai Ningbing's speed became slower. Bai Xiang's recovery time also became longer. In contrast, the immemorial year monkey had very few injuries. There were a few pieces of ice on its fur. They fell off with a shake. Bai Ningbing's attacks could also break its flesh. But the immemorial desolate beast's recovery speed was too strong. In a few breaths of time, these shallow injuries would recover. Even Bai Ningbing felt a little dejected. She felt like an annoying fly circling around the immemorial year monkey. But the immemorial year monkey placed most of its attention on the immortal formation. Boom, boom, boom. Most of the time, the immemorial year monkey allowed Bai Ningbing to attack while it destroyed the immortal goo formation. This immemorial year beast has incredible strength. Fan Yuan observed the battle and concluded. Like how rank 8 goo immortals had differences in strength, immemorial year beasts also had differences in strength. This immemorial year monkey had incredible strength. Bai Ningbing used her full strength but could not deal any damage to it. Even though Bai Ningbing had incredible talent, having northern dark eye soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as by Xiang's true inheritance, her foundation could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that had 10 million years of lifespan. The immemorial year beast fishing formation's losses were increasing. Fan Yuan and the rest could not replenish their goo worms fast enough to keep up with the expenditure. As the immemorial year monkey was provoked by Bai Ningbing, it started to attack more frequently. Even the surface of the immortal formation started to show cracks. As the strongest battle strength, Fan Yuan did not want to fight immediately. Letting the immemorial year monkey attack the immemorial year beast fishing formation was a tactic. It could weaken it. Among immemorial year beasts, according to their forms, year beasts had different performances too. In terms of strength, the immemorial year monkey was only in the middle among all year beasts. With the same foundation, the immemorial year tiger, immemorial year bull, and immemorial year dragon were much stronger than the immemorial year monkey. But now, even the immemorial year monkey's immortal goo formation was showing signs of collapsing. Miao Yin, go reinforce Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan ordered. Fairy Miao Yin nodded. At the next moment, she flew out of the immortal goo formation. She had been watching the battle for a long time. She knew the immemorial year monkey's ferocity. She did not dare to fight in close combat like Bai Ningbing. She quickly moved away. Immortal killer move, curved moon. In her eyes, curved moons appeared as she stared at the immemorial year monkey's eyes. After staring for a long time, the immemorial year monkey did not react. It was like Fairy Miao Yin had not attacked at all. It was still attacking the immortal goo formation. Cold sweat appeared on Fairy Miao Yin's forehead. The immemorial year monkey had been swimming in the river of time for a long time. Its eyes were suppressed by the river. Its body was filled with the densest time path Dao marks. Fairy Miao Yin's sight attack method could not be used at all. Good. Fairy Miao Yin's competitive nature was ignited. She used an immortal killer move, lingering sound. This move was not an offensive killer move, it was a support move. Next, Fairy Miao Yin started to chant softly. It was very melodious. Immortal killer move, soft bone sound. This musical tune flew to the immemorial year monkey's arms. With the help of lingering sound, it lingered on the immemorial year monkey's arms for a long time. Sensing this sound, the immemorial year monkey's arms started to soften. The immemorial year monkey that was hit paused. It looked at its arms with a confused expression. Next, it continued to attack. Its fists rained down like meteors. Each attack caused the immortal formation to shake intensely. Fairy Miao Yin's eyelids were twitching. She had used 2 killer moves after so much effort, but it seemed that the immemorial year monkey only felt a little uneasy. The difference between rank 8 and 7 is too huge. Our attacks are like ants trying to shake a tree. For thousands of years, only Fan Yuan and Feng Jioga have been able to fight rank 8s as rank 7s. Similar sighs resounded in the minds of the Shadow Sect immortals. Immortal killer move, Crimson Line. Immortal killer move, Angry Bird. Immortal killer move, Fire Phoenix. Hei Lulon also flew out. She was very familiar with fire path killer moves. She used them smoothly and landed on the immemorial year monkey. The commotion was huge, but the damage was low. Fan Yuan, Ying Wuxie, and Lady White Rabbit were still inside the immortal goo formation. Rank 7 killer moves, even if they are good, have little effect on rank 8 existences. Fan Yuan was deeply aware of this. When he fought against Wu Yong and Feng Jioga earlier, Reverse Flow Protection Seal dealt the most damage. Fan Yuan could use his methods to fight rank 8 goo immortals, but it was very difficult to kill rank 8s. Ignoring the situation of rank 8 goo immortals escaping, Fan Yuan's current offensive killer moves all used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. They were weak in offense and strong in defense. He could not do it. The other goo immortals in Shadow Sect were the same. Only Ying Wuxie's lead soul into Dream was unparalleled in the world. It posed a huge threat to rank 8 goo immortals. But Fan Yuan would not use it now. Firstly, fighting the immemorial year monkey could be a form of training. It would allow everyone to familiarize themselves with fighting rank 8 existences. Secondly, to defeat the immemorial year monkey head-on, it would be easier for Fan Yuan to activate 180 slaves later. After subduing it, This immemorial year monkey would be more obedient. It is about time. After fighting for a while, the immortal goo formation was on the verge of collapse. Fan Yuan flew out. Immortal killer move, myriad self. Immortal killer move, ancient sword dragon transformation. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. A few breaths of time later, Fan Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon with shining silver scales. But compared to the immemorial year beasts, he was just a small snake beside an adult. No problem. Next, Fan Yuan activated a rule path immortal goo with all his strength. Grow! Grow, grow, grow. The ancient sword dragon's body expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as the immemorial year beasts. The immemorial year monkey looked at Fan Yuan warily. Fan Yuan charged up and fought the immemorial year monkey. Even though Fan Yuan had strength path methods, he could not compare to the immemorial year monkey in terms of strength. Rule path immortal goo grow only made him bigger. Fan Yuan was often sent flying by the immemorial year monkey, but the immemorial year monkey's injuries were much heavier. It was all because the reverse current protection seal had reflected the ancient sword serpent, and all of it had been reflected back onto his body. This battle lasted for several hours. Fan Yuan was the main attacker, while the rest supported him. Even though rank 7 killer moves did not have much of an effect, they accumulated over time, they could not be underestimated. The immemorial year monkey was heavily injured, it breathed roughly as it tried to escape. It tore space and tried to escape into the river of time. But the ancient sword dragon that Fan Yuan had transformed into was tightly coiling around it. The immemorial year monkey was obstructed, it could not escape. Eventually, Fan Yuan used 180 slaves 3 times, it finally lowered its head and submitted to Fan Yuan. Immemorial year monkey, subdued. After losing the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fan Yuan finally gained rank 8 battle strength. Note: a happy moon and a happy life. Venerable Goo wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.